When you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind back.
If a generalized black woman is doing this and being this, that is that is irresponsible.
No,
when you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind
showing
back.
me,
black and proud. Claim you're Africanist, black
because
and
I
proud.
think that if
when you claim you're
as a
Africanist, you're going to
person
get your
who
mind
has
back.
a page,
What is the status of people
Claim
who
you're
have
black and proud. I'm
FBA?
telling you. When you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind back.
That's why I was laughing, because
Black and proud. Claim you're Africanist, black
I'm not saying the framework doesn't do a thing, but
become a part of.
We've been
Embrace it.
to black men
Become a
being the
part of.
masters, being
Embrace
in
it.
control. We
Become a part of.
Only
Embrace it.
That those one of the
Become a
best
part
stories I've
of.
ever heard.
Embrace it. When you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind
that
back.
mental growth takes
Black
place.
and
You've
proud.
been misled by leadership,
Black
for
and
instance,
proud.
that think you can consume.
When you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind back. Black and proud. Claim you're African. Black and proud. I'm telling you.
claim your Africanness. I'm black and I'm proud. Dr. Amos Wilson, a dear ancestor, one of my Bibles. I say I'm a Wilsonian psychotherapist. I'm a Wilsonian theorist. You know what I mean? We got a special show tonight, Saturday edition. We got the one and only. We got the one and only in the building, family. We got the one and only. You know what I mean? Hold on. Who do we have in the building today? We have our dear brother, our dear Baba, our dear, I don't know. He's like, I don't know if he wants to be called Baba. But maybe we can talk about that on the other end. But definitely what we are going to do with our dear brother, my dear blood cousin, the intellectual he's going to do a little bit of this today.
Break it down. Break it down. Break it down.
Break it down. All right. We're going to have to break it down. So we got none other than our dear brother, proper perspective in the building, Professor Shabazz in the house. And today's topic, family, you know, we're going to open it up for y'all too, for those who don't cause too much trouble. You know what I mean? Today we're trying to have a proper breakdown from none other than proper perspective. And I'll do my part with my dear brother, cousin, co-warrior out here in these streets, these YouTube streets, these FBA streets. Make sure you go ahead and share this video, like this video, do all the things. All right. So nonetheless, today's topic, FBA, Ghana, and a failed protest. What are we being told? Breakdown featuring the proper perspective, aka Professor Shabazz. Professor Shabazz, talk to the people.
What's going on?
Tell them a little bit about yourself, Professor Shabazz. You know, what makes you, as I say, essential to this particular conversation?
Peace. Thank you for that. Peace. Cause now a little bit about me. It's difficult for me to say that, but I mean, honestly, I'm just a brother for real. I'm a teacher, a retired teacher. I've worked in education over 20 years. I have, a certain background with, I've studied and looked at various segments of I haven't been in a formal Black Studies program, but I have always studied information centered around African Americans, African history and culture. And I'm an interested person in much of all of the conversations and all of the topics and the cultural issues that exist in the community. And now in particular, I feel like I agree with a lot of stuff when it comes to reparations. Reparations is an issue I have been passionate about my whole life. And whenever I had an opportunity to talk to, work with link up with people who were also either interested in or working on or trying to network about reparations, I always jumped into the ring. And so that is in particular something that, to some extent, it's what introduced me to the FBA movement. When I first came across the FBA movement, it was in pursuit of people and organizations that were trying to have conversations about reparations. And so, unfortunately, I had to come to the realization that that's not what they really want. But that's how I got that's a nutshell of how I got involved in that part of the conversation. When I retired from formal work, I just figured one of the things I wanted to do was continue the conversations and the dialogue that surround Black issues, African American issues, Pan-Africanism, and so on and so forth. So that's what I started doing, online in various social media spaces. I did a lot of stuff. I did a lot of back and forth stuff on Instagram and Facebook, a while ago or whatnot, and just finally decided, let me make a shift over to YouTube, because I had more time to just like sit up and do more research and have these conversations. So that, that's a little, breakdown on who I am, I guess.
Okay. So what, if you don't mind, just to get us kind of started. So what are your general thoughts about, before we get into the meat of things, what is your general thought and what drives you to be in these conversations? I mean, because, as I go through the platform and the comment sections of my videos and yours, there's a lot of people saying a lot of things, why we might be involved in such a conversation. I've been called Democratic Shield. I've been called a even from an agent, you know what I mean? I've been called an agent by Tariq Nasheed indirectly. I mean directly, but indirectly without calling my name. Saying those brothers around Dr. Mayot from Baltimore is only a few. Brought on the platforms, but I've also heard people come into your platform and say the same similar things. So, but is that the reason why you are interested in this particular conversation? Because you're an agent, or you a government shield? I mean, what is it? What do they call it? A Democratic shield?
A Democratic shield.
Yeah.
It's hilarious that they use these derogatory words, phrases, and whatnot. Like I said, I am completely invested in in Black progress, but in particular, like I said, I'm interested in the reparations conversation. Always have. Now, when they cast aspersions the way that they do, I just think I think it's funny. It sort of reminds me of, I think it was something that Malcolm X has said, where he said, like, if you have to revert to profanity, then that's a failing of, I don't think he said intellect, but your vocabulary, something like that. And he's saying, like, you need to grow your vocabulary and expand your mind, something along those lines. And even though it's not necessarily profanity that they use, when you revert to casting aspersions just because you disagree with someone, I think there's an issue with that. Now, granted, there is some, especially in online, in the social media spaces, there's always going to be some trolling. So I'm not saying every time somebody casts an aspersion, it's a sign of a failing vocabulary. It could just be for the effect of the troll energy. And I mean, I can roll with that a little bit. My personality is such that I tend to, I'm gonna match energy. So when the trolls come, I start trolling myself. So
you match energy.
Yeah, like my knee jerk is to match energy. So I usually, like, I have to try to keep that in mind, that when the trolls come, I will be ready for some troll energy. But I try to calm
that's
that down.
why the Pan-African Library has has termed you to be the Mr. K, the Pan-African Library, who I see in the building. Shout outs to Mr. K. Has coined you the Pan-African Terminator. Not necessarily he should probably name it the FBA Terminator.
FBA Terminator, yeah. That might have a little bit to do with it, but I think I would hope that it had a little bit more to do with what I try to do on my channel. Is I try to separate the fact from the fiction. I try to separate the falsehoods and look at the logic of the arguments and the stances and the positions that the FBA advocates espouse. And again, it's kind of funny because when I first started approaching it, I thought I was going to be able to approach it in a way that affirms the FBA call for reparations. But again, the more I delve deep into it, I'm like, no, like once you start getting into the layers, you realize, no, yeah, they don't want reparations. This reparations is a masquerade for them. So
hold up. Did you just say that when you first got into it, you came in as one to affirm the FBA movement in a sense, because you thought there might have been some utility and something there?
Yeah, when I first, and I'm talking literally, when I was first introduced to the term FBA, it was something that was it was a phrase that was like presented to me I think actually I was this is kind of weird, but I was an extra. I was doing extra work and in a movie that was being shot down here in Richmond, Virginia.
Okay.
And so I picked up like the gig or whatever. And there were a few brothers there. There was a brother who was an Ifa practitioner. There was a brother that was a Muslim, and there was these other like 2 or 3 other brothers. And they were like, no, we ain't with that. We ain't with none of that. We foundational Black American. And I was just like, okay, so what's up? What's that? And so they began to tell me, it was like, we believe in reparations and we need to fight for reparations because everybody's always talking about it, but nobody wants to do anything. And I'm like, okay, I'm with that. So that's what I mean when I say, when I was first introduced to it, I was like, oh, okay. So y'all want to pick up the fight for reparations? That's cool. We need more of that. Now, once I, talking to him and it was very touch and go because it was an extra type gig on a movie set. So you don't see the same people every day. You don't get called every day. On some days, you don't even see the person that you was working with the last time or whatever. So, but from that, I just ended up finding some of the accounts like on Instagram. And this is a good 10, 12, 13 years ago. And I'm just like, but as I delved into and tried to have some online conversations with people about it, it was just to the point where it was like brothers would put up a comment or a post about reparations and they would go live. And instead of talking about reparations, they would talk about British Black actors taking roles from African American actors. And so I was just like, well, but hold on now. I showed up. I showed up because we're supposed to be having conversations about reparations. And so that happened time and time again. And then it just started to devolve into, I was running into people that was having these conversations about us being Native Americans. you know, on top of, yeah, we're foundational Black Americans. We're not African, and I can show you evidence. Look at this. This picture proves, you know, that we were always here. And they would post pictures, and I'm looking at the pictures, and I'm just like, you know, this doesn't make a lot of sense. I go doing some research. The picture turns out to be, so like one example was there was a picture that actually came from South Africa, and it showed the Zulu warriors fighting against the Brits. They had taken the picture, they put it online and said, this is us Black people in America fighting the Europeans when they first came over here. This proves that we're the natives. And I'm just like, you know, no, but it don't. Like, so what I ended up doing, it was just like, I'm not trying to disparage your cause. I'm trying to tell you your facts are not straight. Like, maybe you can make an argument that you have Native American presence or whatnot, but you can't use a picture from South Africa to prove it. And so it was that kind of thing. It was the shell game. It was the antics. It was just the false narratives. And I was just like, it just struck me. And so again, that's what got me to say, like, you know, when I do my lives or whatever, I'm trying to present, here are some factual things. Here's what the logic would dictate. And I just took it on from the point of just like my work as a teacher. I'm like, as a teacher, it was not my job necessarily to tell a student, you cannot write about this topic. You know, if that's the thing that you want to write about, then it's my job to guide you towards how to best present your case, as opposed to saying, no, I will not accept that topic. And so that's part of the motivation behind when I first got started. I'm like, look, you know, pictures from South Africa does not prove that African Americans or Black Americans, you know, are the real Indians. You just can't do that.
So pictures from South.
Just some of them. Yeah.
So what do you call that? I mean, what do you call that? Methodology? You know, what do you call that? What do you call it?
I mean, I got to the point where I was just like, okay, you're liars. like when I have conversations with people, like, and I can't remember the guy who it was in particular, but I do remember after I called him out on it, he blocked me. And so I'm just like, oh, so you knew it was a picture from South Africa. You know, so it's like when you realize that people are deliberately playing the shell game, anybody, you can be, if you can be wrong, you can be mistaken. But if you're honest about something and you realize you made a mistake, you just say, yo, my bad. That was the wrong thing. I didn't fully understand. I got the wrong source or what have you. But when you just say, oh, clip, you're out. Hey, that speaks to something. And so that happened a lot. It was just example after example of people taking pictures from other places and saying that they mean a certain thing. You can go down to the museum and you can see it. And there was one, I think there was one on Sarnetta. And at that particular one, they were talking about a museum that's here in Richmond. And so I was like, oh, well, I gotta go to it was like, I think it was the Museum of the Confederacy or something like that. But it was like, it was a museum. I was like, I'm never going to that museum. I don't want to see no history about the Confederates. But I went, and sure enough, they had a what they call a cigar Indian, a cigar store Indian statue. But the brother or the sister, whoever it was saying that this is proof that Pocahontas, not Pocahontas, but Pocahontas's father or something like that was really Black, and that's who we are, and all this other stuff. So I go to the museum and I'm looking at, you know, the placards on the museums, and they tell you what this exhibit is. And I'm like, nothing on the placard says this is a Black person. This is like the entire narrative that they espoused about the statue was something that they came up with.
Mhm.
And then they just say you can go to the museum and you can see it for yourself. Well, when you go to the museum, it's like, no, this is just a native. It's actually it's a Native American, but it's actually a false. It's a false statue, because what artists were doing at that time were juxtaposing 2 or 3 different types of human beings into one conglomerate. And so I'm just like, okay, well, yeah, it ain't a black person. It's not even a real person. It's not even supposed to be the image of a real person, because they would take the feathers off, the feathers from one type of Indian. They would take you know the waist thing from a different Indian tribe, and then they would put it on this bust that looks like it's a black person, and they're like, yeah, this type of person never existed ever.
So let me ask you this. So when you think about that, do you believe that they're just creating things? Do you believe that they really believe the things? If they're doing, they have to do so much to create these images? Because one of the other things I've noticed, that people often take pictures and make them darker in hue. And even to some degree, some people have made their hair look more coarse. So
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts about that? I'm certain there's nuance.
It's difficult to say that I'll say this. There are some people who honestly believe the narrative. And there are some people who are deliberately falsifying the narrative. And part of the problem is the deliberate falsifier knows that his or her audience doesn't understand nuance, doesn't have any knowledge base to fact check or understand that information, and they're just going to take whatever is presented. Oh, I never knew that. And then now they're charged up. And because they're charged up off this idea that they just learned, I'm gonna go tell my people. I'm gonna go share this with such and such. And so they go and they share it with another person who don't know, and then that person is charged up, and they go share it with another person. So down the chain, there are people who honestly don't know and honestly don't have, I don't want to say the wherewithal, but they don't know that they've been given this fake thing. And I say that because, just like my example with the South African portrait, there were people who, like most of the people that got caught up in that conversation, did not know that the portrait that the guy posted was a portrait about a South African conflict between the Brits and the Zulus. So they were going reposting it on their page, and somebody else reposted it, and all these people like, I never knew this about us over here. But the original person who posted, he know he lied. But he know most people are not even gonna, like, in the general scheme of things, most people are not going to say, I need to fact check this. If it sounds like, because one of the things in the Black community is we all know that we have not been told the whole truth. We all know that in the school system, they only impart half truths. So when you take of a, hey, they've been lying to you, family. Let me tell you what the real deal is. That always gets us going. And the problem is, in the past, we had elders, we had teachers that started with that base, but then provided a narrative and provided a factual basis for which you can check what they said. These new dudes nowadays they start with the same narrative, or they start with the same base declaration. They provide a narrative, and then they tell you, you prove me wrong. You go find the information to prove that I'm not telling the truth. Now, I do have a problem with that. So I mean, and
Yeah.
again, I do. So yeah, people there are some people who think they're spreading truth, but if you're not a fact checker and you don't want to be a fact checker and you have no interest in checking the facts, then you're just spreading falsehoods.
I found out that we don't know how to fact check, and that becomes a major issue of mine, especially when I hear elders or those who we consider elders oftentimes say, don't believe me, go and do your own research. First and foremost, I find that to be a tactic that has people, I'm just going to say it like this. One, people don't know how to research. And if you want to learn how to research, I'm certain me and my dear cousin, Proper Perspective, can put something together to aid us in developing the skill to vet sources, right? I think we can do something like that. I will be open to doing something like that. And I want us to understand, like, this is my elder cousin. You know, he told me not to say Baba. Some people call me Baba, so you know, I can call you, we can call you Baba too. So, you know, but what I'm saying is he was doing this probably into this fight much more deeper than I have been. It sounds like he's been doing this for years, because I heard him on some other platform, I guess, having a conversation with a brother who often says, I cooked you, you know. And this dear brother, as I said yesterday, my Proper Perspective, Professor Shabazz here, did a beautiful show yesterday. And on the show, he had a brother come on. It sounded like he was from Baltimore, you know. And he was like, I cooked you. And I was like, oh my God. Did he learn that from his teacher, Ron? And so Ron believes, you know, and Ron is very likable, and I don't understand him much, but he's likable. Because his imagination is very wild. But he so much so that they really think that they cooked you. Man, I heard you on that show yesterday just throwing down. I was like, that's my big cousin. You know what I mean? I was like, I got on the show, and then I had to get off because I had to go to the gym. But then I started listening back to it. I said, oh, Proper, look, he got time today. You know what I'm saying? Proper was like, I was like, I don't know what it was like. You had the facts. You were breaking it down. I was like, all right, hold up. I'm on my what they call it? I'm on my heels or whatever they call it. On my toes, like waiting for, okay, all right now. Because you was just sitting there letting them just say the stuff. And I'm like, okay, come on, cuz. And I'm like, come on. And then you just like, well, just because, okay, let's have a chat GPT battle. Oh my God. And look, you had the patience to literally read in the authenticity to read through the stuff. Like, okay, let's do it. Let's have a chat GPT war. So you read the part that seemed like, oh, maybe they got something, but you kept reading it. It said, well, but like for this example, the stupidest thing, I cooked you. Like the idea that these black cities, and we're going to get to this topic, family, FBA Ghana and a failed protest, because this is all a part of the foolishness. You know, what are we being told? You know what I mean? What are we being told? So in the what are we being told? FBA Ghana failed protest. What are we being told? The whole UN thing, the whole African ancestral burial ground, all of that, you know, it's bananas out here. But the brother thought that he cooked them because he said, well, you know, these major cities are becoming predominantly immigrant. Now, I know Proper's over there, like Proper, Professor Shabazz, I'm going to use them interchangeably. I know he's like, that doesn't make statistical sense, but, you know, our entire city, well, you know, I'm not going to say it's not a real thing, but let's look it up, right? And so what Proper did is he did the chat GPT war, and it went to this process of talking about Flatbush and other communities that had become more predominant immigrant, black
Mhm.
immigrant. But as he kept reading, it said, but no, New York City is not predominantly black immigrant. It's still more African Americans there. And there's no major city in America that is predominantly, it didn't say specifically that it wasn't, but it says there's unlikely or something like that. That is a major city in the United States that is predominantly. And guess what? I think you may have even said something like this. And if it is, and if it is a predominant and they become a predominant hub of immigrant people, black immigrant people, so what? But you also said something that was very sharp. You said, well, that just means that black people are also African American people are moving to other areas because there is a mass migration of some sort. I'm hearing, I could be wrong on this, but I know a lot of people are talking about moving back down south. You know, and so that's part of it. But you know, one of the things that I want to play, just to kind of speak to this idea, I think FBA is under the umbrella of racism, white supremacy.
There you go.
Okay, is that the brother from yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, we won't get him yet, but I think he sounds like he's from Baltimore though. But let's see here. Let's do this real quick, family. Let's talk. Let's get some wisdom from our ancestors. Hold on.
You've said that racism is a mental disorder.
Yes.
I was interviewing a gentleman the other day, and I brought that up in a conversation, and he said, well, racism is not a mental disorder. He said racism is very ordered. He said that whites, Europeans, know exactly what they're doing, that racism is a political and economic convenience. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think it depends on who you're talking about. If you talk about I think of systems as having designers, as having advocates, as having players, and as having pawns. This is from game theory, and I borrowed that from Bob Williams, who analyzes systems in that way. Everybody is not a game maker or a game designer. So the game designer might be conscious of creating a racist system, whereas the advocate probably becomes unconscious. They buy into the system that was created by the designer. And so the advocate is a racist in the sense that I'm talking about it, or the dealer, you know, those people who carry out the rules of the master in the system without really knowing why the master created the system, or even that a system was created. They just simply inherit a belief system and an action system. And in that sense, they are players in the game, but they are not the game makers. So okay. I make a distinction.
Now break that down for the person on the street one time.
Right.
Go over that again.
There are some people who are puppets.
All right.
And there are others who are puppeteers.
Thank you. Free your mind.
I'll try to do a better job.
Okay. Free your mind, Rich.
Hey, cuz.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if that went out or it played all the way through. I had some issues on my side. Did that play all the way through?
It did play all the way through. The volume was kind of low, but you could hear it.
You could hear it? Okay.
Yeah, I could hear it.
Okay, how does that... Okay, so, but it didn't cut out, right?
No, it didn't cut out.
Okay, now let me ask you. Now, with what Dr. Asa G. Hilliard spoke about, and speaking to what we spoke to a little earlier about FBA, do you think this is applicable at all?
Well,
you can pass if you want.
Well, I'll just say, like, sometimes it is hard for me to see FBA as confused, but I think I would say like I don't have the same, I don't know, kindness as you.
Oh, kindness. Okay.
Like like when I hear you talk about the trauma and the psychological effects
Oh,
of it,
that's cool.
it
I
it
like.
it sort of it calms me down a little bit. It calms me down because it's like because I'm like, okay, I keep forgetting about that aspect of it.
Are
I get
you
I
breaking up?
get caught
Cause you
up
breaking up.
into
You keep forgetting,
shucks.
but
I
yeah,
let me see if this is
yeah.
any better.
But you were breaking up. But now
Now it's better.
you were saying,
Okay.
yeah. It
I
sounded
just
like you were saying you keep forgetting something, and then you kind of.
I I keep forgetting about the psychological components of it, and I get caught up in
Mm-hmm.
not the personality, but the logic. And like when I was working as a teacher, I would get into some
Mm-hmm.
interesting exchanges with my students
Mm-hmm.
because I've always been kind of sort of like logic first. And so like a lot of
Mm,
students, I had a lot of students that had problems with me because I'm so logic first. I'm like, look, this thing has to make sense from the very
mm,
beginning. But you understand what I'm trying to say? That is not the point. It doesn't matter if I understand. Yes, I understand. But what you got to understand is you cannot start off with this type of faulty, illogical. And so I get caught up into that. And I tend to forget, you know, the psychological part, side, the counselor side, the doctor's side, and so I'm like, when I listen to you, I'm like, okay, yeah, I need to chill.
that's why we need.
I need to slow it
Yeah,
down.
well,
So like, yeah,
honestly,
I see that they're confused, but it's like I have
mhm.
to be reminded. I have to be reminded. So like for me, that's a good clip because that clip makes me say, okay, hold on, slow down, and now
Yeah,
I
but
can come back and say, go ahead.
mm, but honestly, I think you do a great job. I mean, family, give us some likes. Like this video up. Get like this video up. We do have the link in the chat. We'll open up the line at some point after we get through some part of the conversation. But I think like I know Mr. K called you the African Terminator. You know what I mean? I mean a Pan-African Terminator. And I do agree, but I also see you give people grace and space. Maybe in your
Mhm,
mind, like
mhm,
I mean, like even the brother was on a platform yesterday. Well, anyway,
mhm,
but I get what you're saying though. It's different than how you engage with someone and what really your thoughts are about it. Like for
mhm.
me, I do see and I do agree with this idea that FBA is under this umbrella of a puppet master. In fact, I
Right.
would say the puppet master is racism and white supremacy ideology. And then there's a
Mm,
junior puppet master. And then under that, the junior puppet master, I'm going to say, hold on, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me do this real quick. Somebody said, okay, this is what Erwin Petersburg said. Punish them, punish that FBA for this psyop behavior. And I do believe, and I argue, and I maintain that it's a psyop. And I maintain
mhm,
that. I think I said the other day on my show, if it is not if it's not the ops, he's the psyops. If
right.
Tariq Nasheed is not the ops, he's
Mhm,
definitely the psyops. I can't prove for like with what is it called? With what is it called? Like where it's indisputable whether he's a CIA agent, but I do know he practiced psyoptic behaviors, and he etches in this ideology called FBA in the minds of our people. Do I think it's big and all over the place? I think they think it's bigger than what they think it is. I do
mhm,
think it's problematic though. I think that the people are confused. I think the people's trauma is being played on them. I do think there's opportunistic folk that's also just trying to jockey for position to be next to Tariq Nasheed. Because anytime I find and I see people in a movement that can't even challenge the these people, as the brother Bawana was showed the other day, they hardly can. They don't look. They say much of nothing to challenge Tariq Nasheed. What they do is do. That is repeat what he says verbatim. He does an excellent job, and I couldn't hardly deal with him and looking at him at one time. But now what I realize is this: by watching him, I am much more clear on the mind control that he puts forth on our people. I mean, and I say he's a good one. He's really good. You know what I mean? And that goes into this idea around Ghana. I mean, he saw that, and he probably woke up out of his sleep and said, "Oh, I gotta get on here and try and reprogram my people, you know, or make sure that I strengthen their FBA-isms and their catechisms and their doctrine." Because he's really a really good indoctrinator. I mean, he is not a lightweight. Look, he is not a lightweight when it's really imprinting messages in the minds of our people. He is good. No. He is excellent. Look, me and Brother Unc had a little bit of a tiff the other day about that. No. Again, I think Unc agreed at some point, though, that Tariq Nasheed he's really good at really imprinting messages on people's minds. And when you can imprint messages on people's minds, they're not making their own decisions. And I know that might, you're insulting me. No, I'm not insulting you. I'm psychoanalyzing you. I'm conceptualizing you. I'm psychosocial analyzing you. And I see this as a cult. And I'm going to break it down more. It's like, I think we probably have to study more people like like Stephen Hassan, or Hassan is his name. And he has a book called The Cult of Trump. He's a cult expert. And I am telling you, in this book, FBA falls right in line with it. Because Donald Trump hasn't gone and started this cult and like he signed up for members and all that type of thing, but they created a god of him, or he's ordained by God. So there's multiple cults that follow Donald Trump, and there's multiple cults that follow Tariq Nasheed, to the point Tariq Nasheed don't have to say I'm God, but they begin to big him up as a god. Like the brother, what's the brother's name to come on be coming on my platform on Wednesdays and say he's God sent. But then
is that Harlem?
Harlem, yeah. I think is it James Harlem? So James Harlem, I think his name is. And it doesn't matter how much information you give James Harlem or any of them that is counter to what they say, they still believe it. One thing I can say about Mr. Harlem is, if you hold his feet to the fire, he will at least concede, but then there's a but. He will concede, and then there's a but. So the him conceding really has no power. Even when he knows he's wrong, he will pull for something else. So yeah, I mean, I appreciate your response to that, and you speaking about this maybe I don't know, can I use the term empathy? I don't know, like there's a lack of, sometimes you don't conceptualize them as being victims, you conceptualize them as being complicit.
Yeah, I definitely, like I said, my instinct tells me that they're complicit. Now, now subconsciously, like if I'm trying to give grace, I'm trying to, like, I will literally be working through the consideration.
You're breaking up again, cuz.
I'll literally
say that again.
I will literally be thinking through the consideration of grace as I'm talking to them. So I'm like, so like even like last night or whatever, with Pan Mulatto and whatnot, I'm trying to hear you out, and I'm trying to understand your reasoning,
Mhm.
and I'm trying to, and I'm trying to like determine your sincerity
Mhm. Mhm.
while I'm having that conversation with you. And then,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
that's part of like, the trick and the complication, because if I begin to think that the sincerity is not there, well, then that's when the troll energy might start rolling up again. And I'm like, wait a minute, you're not serious. This person is, this is a game to this person. And I've had
It,
several
it
trolls.
becomes
Yeah, it becomes a game,
it be,
and then it's just like, but that's part of the problem, because when you recognize or realize, or even if if you just suspect that this is just gamesmanship, and it's like, dude, you're playing with our people, you're playing with real serious situations and policies and things. This is not something that you play with. Like, you just,
yeah,
that's very harmful.
can I say something to that?
Mhm,
I think, and I appreciate that the thing is a both and. Like, so I
mhm,
have a theory called Ingia theory, psychotherapy, and also, I mean, it's Ingia theories, philosophy, and a counseling model. And in Ingia, it often speaks from an African-centered perspective about it, this being a both and approach. So
uh-huh.
again, I would argue, yes, these people have been played because of their trauma, but people with unhealed trauma will do anything to survive. So even if they have to lie, they will, because the threat seems so real to them that they
Mhm.
have to do whatever they have to do to survive. Are you frozen, or you just looking up in the air? So
No, I'm good.
so basically, they will do what they have to do to survive. And you were frozen for a minute, but go ahead, cuz
Okay.
what do you say to that? Are we,
No, I mean, you're right. And again, I have to remind myself of that. You are right that people will do anything to survive. And when they feel like their back is against the wall, then it's, all bets are off. The and I have to keep that in mind when I'm having conversations with people. But I think that's also why I try to lead with logic, because I'm like, look,
Mhm.
you know, if we think this thing through logically,
Mhm.
then you should at least be able to say, okay, like, because I'm not necessarily trying to tell a person step away from your thesis, so to speak. Like, if I can make it make sense that way, because that's what I was doing in the classroom. I'm not telling you can't hold this
Yeah,
thesis.
you breaking
I'm
up.
just
You said,
I'm telling
let me
you.
make sure. Let me make sure they can hear you.
Okay, yeah, because somebody in the audience in the chat
Yeah,
said
you breaking up
there's no
there,
there's no
cuz.
audio issues
So
coming out.
basic.
They said that they can hear it.
Oh, there's no. Oh,
Yeah, Wahoo.
am I having an
Wahoo.
audio issue?
That's what Wahoo says. Like, I can't hear an audio
Okay.
problem.
I'm okay.
Wahoo is saying there isn't one.
I'm wondering. Okay, am I breaking up for you all? Let me know if I'm breaking up, because it could be me. I'm not breaking up for you though, cuz.
No, I hear you fine. I hear
All
you
right, so I'll
perfectly.
just let it rock and roll then. Okay,
Okay.
okay. So all right, cool. That's fine.
And the people in the chat, they can, they can tell us if it's going all right for them too. Yeah,
Yeah.
even Mr. K says
The
he can hear
problem
us
is
though.
I can't hear you. That's the problem though. Okay.
Oh
Yeah.
shit. That is a
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah. But go ahead.
So what I was saying is, one of the things that I had to do, and I had to make sure that I was checking myself when I was in the classroom, was I never wanted to be the person to tell a student you can't write about that. You must change your thesis. So to me, that's the same thing. Okay, if you feel strongly about this idea, I'm not telling you that you can't pursue that idea and you can't articulate that idea. But what I can tell you is if you have an idea and then you have some supports, some supportive details, some examples, those examples have to shine through. And so what I try to do when I'm having those kinds of conversations is I don't necessarily want to invalidate the position that you hold.
Yeah.
But I may need to help you understand that the examples that you're presenting do not validate that position. And so just like last night with Pan Mulatto, you know, if you feel strongly that Black cities are being overrun by Black immigrants, okay, I don't want to tell you that that's crazy. I may eventually tell you that's crazy, but what I want you to do is let's look at the evidence. Now, if your evidence doesn't support your claim, now we have a problem. Now, if you continue to say, yeah, well, I'm going to still say it. Now we get into trouble.
That's the thing, and that's the process. It takes it's not easy to be deprogrammed.
Right.
It's like, because what happens is when you've been programmed, especially the more aggressive we are at approaching it, the more angry they become, so the less likely they are to process what you really are saying. One.
Right.
Two, that we have to also understand that Tariq Nasheed is a very good programmer. And because he's a good programmer, quite like many programmers, they create what you call apologetics. It's called FBA apologetics. And there's also FBA catechisms. So when you hear this, there's already something in your mind that's been planted there to make you think about another response to it. He goes online daily and does all types of videos just to plant these ideas that are really fear-based, like every authoritarian cult or religion, which is or cult based mind control cults. He has planted comebacks into their minds. So so it's not like, so it's going, so to merely think, and I'm not saying, I'm certain you realize this, but this is for education for us and our people. And sometimes people say, why you do it that way? It's because the reality is cognitive dissonance is real and mind control is real. And I am trying to and I am arguing that Tariq Nasheed is good at programming people. He is not a lightweight. It's kind of like a pimp who trains his workers or her workers to believe that he or she is necessary. And that is the thing. That is on a micro level of what goes on more macro level. So Tariq, like for example, here you got JPW22 here. He comes on my post lots of times. And let's see what he says here. But I want to say this, Ra, before I move on. He says, I agree. Okay. I used to be under the spell of Tariq. You know what I mean? And that spell is real. So there's people who believe this, there's people who don't believe it, and they're being opportunistic, all that type of thing. But Tariq is a really good mind control person. But then there's other people who don't believe it, but they're looking for opportunity. They're looking for proximity, or they may believe it. In fact, what goes on in cults, the literature will show is that what cults do really good, it has the people that are following the leaders in competition as well. So you have people who are really vying to be in Hidden Colors, the next one, or the next movie. So what happens is people will even overlook things because they want to become, and I argue this, that they want to become Umar Johnson. because Umar Johnson is probably the greatest product of a Hidden Colors, but I really think Umar already had his own thing going. So what I mean, Umar had the ability, the skill set, and I critique Umar. I'm not going. I critique Umar for what Umar does. I'm not doing that today. But what I am saying is, everybody's not Umar Johnson, and Hidden Colors is not going to make you that successful.
Right.
You know, Hidden Colors ultimately makes one person successful and powerful.
Indeed.
Go ahead, you about to say something.
No, I agree. Especially the Hidden Colors is the vehicle. It definitely, it mostly it enhances and enriches Tariq. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that for the other individuals that get involved and are, you know, showcased in his videos, it gives them, you know, a new level of visibility. And then, you know, I would say, like, it almost like anything else. I mean, I have seen rappers go on court shows to get visibility. I have seen, you know, hell, if you're into hip hop, you know, The Game was on The Dating Show. It was like before, but there have been instances, like when people want or need visibility, you do whatever you need to do to get out there.
Absolutely.
And it's just, I can't even say it's a greater, it's done to a greater extent if you're older than if you're younger, or if you're younger than you're older. It's, if you want or need that visibility for whatever it is you're doing, you're not going to turn, like most people are not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. They're going to ride the gravy train. And you know, I mean, it is what it is. What does that
mean? I'm not good with those type of sayings.
Okay, let me see. Shit, sometimes I ain't that good with them, but look a gift horse in the mouth.
I don't know what a gift horse is.
Okay, yeah, I never really caught like the etymology of it, but it's basically like looking at an opportunity and ignoring it, ignoring an opportunity that falls into your lap.
Even if it's so, okay, I got what you're saying. So even if it's not good for other people, they won't pass up on that opportunity.
More than likely, they're not. You know, there are people that will, but a lot of people will find a way to justify and rationalize
in their mind. Absolutely.
You know, I mean, to some extent, because I would say even to some extent, you know, African Americans as a whole, we have to play some of that just being in America. Like the idea of, now this may be going out on a limb, but the idea of staying here is like, okay, you don't lick a gift horse in the mouth. You don't, like, there are opportunities that we have here that we might not have if we did what the Nation of Islam's 10-point program called for. If we did what the Republic of New Africa's 10-point program called for, you know, and actually say we want to get up and leave, or we want to split up the country and do our own thing, there's a whole lot of opportunity that's going to disappear. Well, then rather than go for that, hey, we could just stay here and we can rationalize figuring out how to keep our head above water.
We will rationalize anything. And I get it. You will rationalize, especially when you're in a survival mode, because in survival, you often, in trauma, I often break it down that the number one feature that I see that's pervasive in trauma is a lack of trust. So you don't even trust those beside you. And our community, through the oppression that we've experienced, we do struggle with trust, and even trusting those who are supposed to be the closest ones to us. So just on another level, we find that that's why it's difficult to have unions start up and things like that. And because it's a political war. And I am happy to say, though, that I do know people who fight against the urge to become fooled by the gift horse,
Right.
or to take the gift. Then I'm not
Mhm.
saying that we don't have to operate in a society, but some of us are doing a lot more than operating in society. We want to benefit from the society, even at the detriment of our own brothers and sisters. Hence, we have a lot of opportunists that are sub oppressors of Tariq Nasheed. I don't think nobody in FBA leadership is at the level of Tariq Nasheed. I know I argue that Kaba thinks he is, or what have you, and he thinks that he can repaint that is not a hate group, but it
Mhm.
is a hate group, and it is a cult. And I think I'm gonna be more specific about that at times, just because the reality is, when you look it up, I think we need to have the messaging. When you look up FBA, you see cult beside it. I
Mhm.
said, so I think we have to use these mediums, these platforms, to really speak strongly, because he does the same thing to Pan-Africanism. He is very anti-Pan-Africanist, and FBA cannot, no one typically denies that FBA is anti-Pan-Africanist, and that it is not, and it doesn't really work well. It's what's the word? Is you they're not the same. I'm looking for the word. They don't fit in the
Di-
same.
they-
Say it again.
right.
They're
I was gonna say
diametrically opposed.
diametrically
Yeah,
opposed. Yeah.
diametrically opposed. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And there's no way of fitting them there. And if you believe this, you're not really, you're either looking the gift horse in the mouth,
Mhm.
or you just are confused. And gift horsing can make you, as my dear brother, cousin, proper perspective said, it can create and have you overlook things and have you think you're doing the right thing,
Yeah.
because that gift is real powerful, so you start to rationalize anything. But
Mhm.
FBA is a cult. FBA is a psyotic movement. FBA is hurting our people. Let me see what JPW222. I believe this brother here often comes. If this is the one, I can't remember. He often comes in my posts, and I think he's more FBA. Pardon if it ain't, because he kind of looks like the brother. But he says here, is it possible to have this level of propaganda if the people who are being influenced by aren't having these experiences? Oh yeah, he's definitely FBA in real
Yeah.
life. So do you want to take a stab at that, cuz?
I can try. I like the way he worded it.
Yeah, he did a good job.
And so I'm like, well, now this is me, giving grace and whatnot. I'm like, yeah, it's possible. Or no, I think what he wants to say is it's not possible. What he wants to say is you can't have propaganda on people if they aren't having these quote unquote negative experiences about Africans. So you can't have this anti-African propaganda if nobody has a negative experience with a group of Africans. And I'm like, okay, I can understand that position.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's a far cry from, like I can say easily, I have had occasions where I have had negative exchanges with people from the continent. I've had
Mm-hmm.
occasions where I've had negative exchanges with people from a Caribbean island nation.
Mm-hmm.
I've had negative exchanges with all kinds of people. But I haven't taken those negative exchanges to build a propaganda campaign about any of those groups of people. I squarely place the negative exchanges that I have had with the individuals that I had them with. To so much to the point that, like for instance, I've been to Ghana a few times. I almost always have a negative exchange with the taxi drivers. I still don't take that and turned it into a propaganda campaign against all Ghanaians, or against all taxi drivers in Ghana, or against all airport taxi drivers. I know that there are some knuckleheads in the taxi driver line, and I know that there are some good dudes in the taxi driver line. It's not like, for me, it's not rocket science. And so I'm like, again, you can have negative experiences, but that doesn't mean that you take it to that other level, because it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing, you know, when skinheads, Nazis, and other white supremacist groups, when they go around trying to recruit, you know, for their movements, and they go into these white areas where these white folk ain't seen a black or a brown person in 20 years. And they go in there and they tell them, you ain't got this because Negroes got it. You ain't got that because Hispanics got it. You need to join us so we can take our country back. There's no legitimate grievance that those white folks have with black people. They haven't even had an experience with a black person, but they're being told, you're poor, you're broke, you don't have a job, you didn't get the promotion because a Negro on the other side of town got it. So yeah, if you can play that game with white folk and they play it well, you can play that game with black folk, and Tariq plays it well.
Wow, that was a hell of a response.
Thank you.
I appreciate that, because the reality is, just to build on that a bit, when we look at it, that's like them saying that black people are criminals, thugs, gangsters, Jezebels, prostitutes, dirty, lazy, shiftless. And those people believe that, even though they never met a black person.
Exactly.
So I am also saying, I don't even believe these FBA people have had these experiences with these black immigrant people, because most of them say they not in our neighborhoods. Where are they at? They don't move with us. I don't see them, you know? Right. So if they're not around you, how are you having all these bad experiences? One. Exactly. Two, I see black, African, and different immigrants every day. I do understand there's also these cultural differences. Some of them assholes because it's a part of their culture. Yeah, I mean, like, excuse my language, but I mean, it's a part of the culture. Like, some of us are assholes because of our culture. You know what I mean? But it's not necessarily an asshole to you, excuse my language, because it's part of the way you do things. Like, for example, my culture is like, I'm from America. I don't even like all that bartering stuff. So when you go to Africa, I don't want to barter. I don't like it. I just want to buy my stuff and move on. You know what I mean? Even when I go to the African store, I don't feel like bartering. My wife will barter like hell. You know, and I'm trained in negotiation. I just don't want to do that with my shirt. You know what I'm saying? Right. I don't want to do that for my you know. Yeah. So it can become a bit much for me. Like, I don't want to look. Just tell me the real price, man. I don't want to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? And to them, that can feel disrespectful. I don't want that. You know, like, look, just tell me the real price. Look, don't give me no off the wall price. Give me the price. Stop playing games with me. You know what I'm saying? So both people now frustrating each other. You know, and then. Okay, so again, then when we look back at what you're saying about this white supremacy or white supremacy ideology, that these white people never even met us. They never even met us, and they believe it. I mean, I know this because I teach students even who live in southwestern Pennsylvania. They say, a lot of them say, well, a lot of their clinicians are saying, why do I need to be trained to work with black people if I'm never going to see one or never work with one? They think it's stupid because they don't see black people over there in Greene County, Pennsylvania like that. So it's very less likely that they will even need that. So they think this diversity training is a bunch of crap, but they do think they niggas. Excuse my language. So they never even come across black people, but they think they niggas. And so when they do come to the city one day, they just come. They're Pittsburgh fans, so they want to come to Baltimore. You know, they like, I want to go to Baltimore, and they see somebody out there drinking alcohol in the corner, and all that does is verify to them they are some niggas.
Yep.
Pardon my language, but that's what I'm saying. So if that, I know that's not going to be enough for JPW 222 because I've shown him all types of things in my comment section. He doesn't concede to anything. He doesn't really concede. I showed him he told me, oh, this is how they feel. I sent him a video of me breaking down the statistics and the data on how specifically Caribbean immigrants show greater solidarity to us, Africans in America, African Americans, Black Americans, whatever you want to call yourself, us. And he looked way past that and went to this comment about, well, yeah, you showing a good research study, but you're not speaking. He accused me of skipping over the idea that, I just mentioned it and didn't go into detail about the idea that with time in contact with racism in America, that Africans and Caribbeans began to even have greater solidarity with us, which I did not skip over. In fact, that was a very chopped up video of a longer form video. But the reality is I stated it, so that's how he knew. So just to make sure everybody's following me, instead of saying, well, you know what, they show greater solidarity, the research supports that, he wants to go and say what he felt that I didn't speak on louder. And I can do an entire presentation on why that is significant. I can do an entire presentation on showing that Black people from the Caribbean, Africa, and especially those countries, it wasn't nothing on the UK and all that type of thing. But as they come here, they get to experience more of what we've experienced, been here. So then they begin to be able to understand and relate to our reality in ways they could not before. I don't know why that's rocket science, but the research also shows that, and that's nothing for me to hide or skip over because I can do an entire presentation on that, and that will only support that white supremacy. This what the research also supported, and shows that Black people from the Caribbean, from the African continent, when they ask where they get the negative sentiment from, they often say this is what they learned from Western sources. Right. So it's not like it's nothing to run on. But what I'm saying is the indoctrination is so real that even though you can show them data that is really large studies and all, they will find something in the video and then say it's better research out here, but say this is very valid and strong research, but don't offer up any other research. So it's kind of like, I get what you're saying, because it's like at some point you begin to think, are you playing games with me? You know, the trance that they're under is playing games with them.
Yeah.
Because if you have to survive, you're just doing anything to survive. And whatever you like I do it every day in the counseling room. If people are not ready to see the reality, people are not ready to see, and they're not ready to do, one of the most difficult things to do is change. And one of the most difficult things to do in therapy is change. And what is the work of a therapist? The work of a therapist is to help people bring about change in themselves. So a psychosocial therapist, their job, and I'm saying this is what we're doing and we're offering up, is psychosocial therapy online, but is a process. And people are resistant. We know this psychologically. People are resistant to change because the very reason why they have these beliefs is that they feel that these beliefs protect them. So because they believe these beliefs protect them, they're going to be very, they're going to hold on to them even if it doesn't make sense, until they convince themselves that they're even strong enough to make that change and not be overrun by African. They're strong enough to make that change and not to be overrun by a Caribbean, to be a friend with someone of another. I mean, I'm saying, like, I'm utilizing to actually go into another. I'll break it down to relationships. When people their relationships don't work. I'm talking about their romantic relationships. Especially if there's some type of trauma or betrayal, and which often it is, it's very difficult for them to get new relationships. They are hyper alert, they're hyper aroused, and they are very afraid, and they don't trust themselves to pick people that they can trust. And I'm saying FBA doesn't, they struggle with trusting other people. They struggle with trusting immigrants. They struggle with trusting anybody almost. And I know I've studied them. They move from one cult to the next cult. They don't know they're being in cults. They go from the Indian cult. I was listening to Tariq, and we're gonna move on. But I was listening to Tariq today. He's so good at it that he often says this indigenous word in this very loose sense. He doesn't say black indigenous or something like. He likes to say it in a way that it's a mixture of the Native Americans and the black people, and that's what makes us. That's the ethnogenesis. The indigenous people and the black people. But in other times he'll say there were indigenous people here. See, but he says things that from multiple ways, multiple angles, and multiple approaches, so you can't hold him down to his lies. Because he'll say the lie this time, and then he'll say something to correct it the next time, but then he'll say the lie again. So he'll say the factual stuff, or things like, I never said all, but he already know he's imprinted in your mind that is enough of them that it feels like all. Cuz, turn it back over to you.
Well, yeah, you're right. Some of what he does is, I had heard this phrase once before. It was like, I think it was something like, well, it's everything but the kitchen sink. And then it's like the spaghetti theory, when you just throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. And he does that. He's not gonna let you pin him down on anything. I saw a clip of him, he was live or whatever, and he was saying all this stuff about, I can't even remember what he was saying, but a woman called in and was like, I want you to explain why you used to talk about write about how men can take advantage of underage girls. And he was like, I ain't never said nothing like that. And she pulled up like the book that he wrote, and was like on page such and such, and he was like, get out of here. So
are you talking about Tariq?
Yeah.
Oh, in his MacBook, when he in a MacBook.
His Mackin book. Yeah. And so people tried to question him about it again, and he was like, you don't understand it. I was writing satire. I'm like, you do dancing just like Trump. First is, no, I didn't do it. I didn't say it at all. Then is, I said it, but you didn't understand the way in which I was delivering it. I don't have time for this. I'm like, but you're right. The people do get into this thing, and once they fall for it, they don't want to let it go. It's very difficult. It's like any other. I mean, I guess it's like any other belief. So again, it's part of why in my mind, I try to like give grace when I'm having a conversation with them directly. But again, even on my channel, I don't do a lot of those direct one-on-ones, because usually I'm just like, okay, I got 15 new lies that that really need to be addressed and debunked. So I just do my thing and go. But when I do like a one-on-one and whatnot, I'm trying to like understand where they're coming from. But it's very difficult to receive all of the misinformation that they try to cover. It's again, like, it's just, hey.
Yeah, you won't be able, we won't be able to keep up with the misinformation. That's part of it. But what we can do from like a psychosocial interventionist type of approach is that we look at the patterns. We teach people how to see patterns and personality. And that's I'm going to begin to break this thing down more. And it is a cult. And people are being hurt and misled by this cult. No, you didn't have to sign up for membership. I'm not saying that. No, you don't even know he's your leader. Just like MAGA and the Proud Boy, all these different little versions of the Trump, of the cult of Trump. But he is a influencer. I think it's something called undue influence or something like that. He's a influencer, and he also calls himself an influencer. Who do you believe he's influencing? He has no greater influence on anybody but outside of FBA. He's an influencer. He would never say he's not an influencer. It's on his page. So who is he influencing? Right. If you're an influencer, that means you are shaping the minds of some people. He's a social media. People call him a major influencer. Kaba Kabane is not a influencer like he is. He has a smaller degree of influence. And what Tariq is very anti-Pan-Africanist. He has the greatest influence in FBA. He has the greatest influence in FBA. Kaba Kabane has very little influence in FBA. But what he says is something very different than Tariq. He says, well, I'm this and that and some stuff like he was here before and all that. But then he goes on to say he'll continue to say things that Dr. John Henry Clark said, but ignore the very fact and notion that these two things they don't work well. It's like oil and water.
Oil and water.
But he doesn't want to address that because he wants whatever it is that he gets out of this. I don't know what he gets out of it. But what I do know is whatever it is, it serves him. We all do things for some reason or another because it serves some aim and some goal, some end or something. We all do. Now, why is he doing this? I have no idea. I have speculation. Like he put on my post, he has an idea of why he think that I'm coming out for him. Why I post this post about him saying that, saying that Tariq Nasheed is this great figure and so on and so forth. And he said, I have reason. Hey, what did he say? He said, I think I may understand why he might be doing this. And I'm like, well, let me know. I want to know what your speculation is. What do you think? I'm open for it. I'm open to hear why Kaba Kabane believes that I am pointing out the fact that he has been protecting Tariq Nasheed. And moreover, that Tariq Nasheed has been a cancer in our community. You got something, cuz?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so we can switch gears we can switch gears if you want. What is there anything else? Where you want to go with this?
Well, I was going to say something about Kaba Kameni, but I'm just gonna
No, go ahead. I'd love to hear it.
I just
You wanted to, I know you have a soft spot for the Afrocentrists, and I'm very African.
I just struggle with how he's holding these these two positions. And I know I've heard him talk about the fact that his ancestral lineage has both. And so I'm trying to I'm trying to hold on to that, because in a, like, maybe in a weird way it's kind of similar to, and I'm not saying this to defame anybody, but it's similar to when you have some mixed race people who, you know, if they enter into these conversations, like, and ones that I've had personally, they're like, you know, but why do I have to pick, you know, my black side or my white side when they both are a part of me, and I receive love from both sides of the family? And I'm like, I get that, I understand that. I don't think you should have to pick, you know, when we're talking about family. And, you know, I'm not saying that you're supposed to throw a dear relative under the bus, but that's different from having a political conversation, having a conversation about politics and legislation and this, that, or the other. But I'm trying to conceptualize it that way. When I look at what he says, he's trying to say, you know, he's claiming this foundational Black American label because he has an ancestor who is Native American. He has an ancestor who is from Africa. So he sees the joining. And okay, yeah, but politically speaking, like, nobody is saying give up your family tree, but in these political streets of today, you see, like, it was one reason why I appreciated what Professor Small said, because he was trying to say, look, I understand some of what the FBA people are trying to say and are trying to accomplish, but I'm not with any of that hate. I'm not with any of the divisiveness. And he said, like, as long as y'all keep harping on the divisionary antics, then don't attach me to that, because I am a Pan-Africanist. And so I'm like, for me, I just wish Kaba would have, you know, said something along those lines, as opposed to saying, hey, I'm foundational Black American and I'm Pan-African. I'm like, you just I just don't see it. But, you know, that's just the thoughts in my head, and it's just been running through my head since I heard him make the comments, and I saw some of the stuff that he was making on your posts and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I think you make a good argument here. And I dear brother, let's go here before I go here. East Coast Kev, thanks for, I don't know, one of us, we thank you for the what they call it, super chat. And
Super chat.
what he says here is, can you explain to me how you can be pro-Black and then want to delineate from other Black people? I never heard of this type of pro-Blackness. And just for the sake of conversation, just to kind of see, because they play it two ways. Okay, one, they use the word delineate in a very specific way. They try to use it in a very specific way, in more of its denotative sense, but they also use it, I would say, in a connotative, how you say it, because you're the English major, connotative.
Connotative, yeah, connotative.
Yeah. So I'm going way back to like junior college, you know. That's what they do. Yeah, so the denotative sense would be more, okay, we are just trying to make ourselves more specific, and it's not really a separation. It's just we want to express ourselves as a different, you know, show the difference that we have, the uniqueness we have as a group. So that's, if that's just the argument, most of us get that. But
right
at the same time, what I've realized is that there's no need for it off of my research and studies, that African American already does that. and they've blown it up as if African American doesn't mean who they call FBA, and it
Right.
does.
Right.
One, two, when you talk about from the connotative sense, you're speaking from this other thing. It's kind of like when you say someone's ignorant. We know
Mhm.
people are ignorant in the denotative sense, and we know what that means, that they just, they don't know. But in ignorant in a connotative sense, we know that means that person is what? That person is a little,
Unaware, lacking of knowledge.
but denotative will be what, cuz?
Denotative would be just unaware of certain aspects of information.
Right,
or
but then
certain knowledge.
connotatively,
But connotatively, it's a dagger to the ego. It's you're being put down, low intellectual capability or capacity.
and ignorant, like we used to say. So, like you might be wild. You might be a very aggressive, unbridled type of person.
Right.
Yeah.
Less evolved.
Yes, less evolved. The ignoramus, right?
The ignoramus.
Yeah. So we know that they play on the idea that when they say delineate, they mean both, connotatively and denotatively. Denotatively, they mean just show the shades of blackness, or culture, or ethnicity, or what they call the ethnogenesis. But connotatively, what they mean is separate your ass from Africans, Caribbeans, and everybody else, and hold on to this American pie, because what you have here, you built this, and everybody wants it, and you're the only one to deserve it, and you are the only indigenous people that been here, and ain't nobody else, and you're the only one in this country that can't be deported. Stuff like that, they say.
Yeah, that
So,
again. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, their famous website, I just want y'all to go ahead and read the website, and I want y'all to go to the official FBA.com. Tariq Nasheed has done a pretty interesting job of pulling it together quickly, and I think he's made some edits to it and all. But nonetheless, here's this famous video that went up that he was saying, "Oh, we made it to mainstream," and then it was taken down from the news source, and then they made sure they captured it and put it here, and because they need ABC to validate them. You know what I mean? They need ABC to validate them. So if you go to, I'm going to go back to what my cousin said, and we want to go down to this to the 3 stars that is often spoken about from Brother Unk. So, and I heard Tariq Nasheed say this today. So FBA Ron is incorrect.
Get out.
Huh?
I said, oh, get out.
Oh, okay, get out.
I'm like,
okay, I got you. Like, okay, that's not surprising. But so the 3 stars, and FBA Ron was saying, well, these 3 stars have nothing to do with ethnogenesis. But I've heard Tariq Nasheed say today or yesterday or one of these days, well, yeah, family, the ethnogenesis is he only spoke about 2 stars. And he said it's the black Aboriginal. Well, he said that he just said Aboriginal people that were here, the indigenous people that were here. But on the website, it says the black Aboriginal people of North America. So, this is, let me make sure I'm answering. I want to make sure I'm answering the question, because I pulled this up for a reason. The dear brother said, can you be both? Oh, okay, no, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna pick that back up. Can you be both? No, you can't be both. You can't be both, and I'll show you why. So the black Aboriginal people in North America, the black explorers and traders who had contact with Americas before Columbus, the captives brought to Western Hemisphere from Africa. These are the 3 stars, and this is what they say and what he says makes up the ethnogenesis of what we call ourselves. Oh, see, we got mixed with natives, and he's acting like this native influence. And myself, I had at different times some admixture of native, a very small mixture. But you have a predominant mixture of African, but you don't want to claim that. But you want to now claim all this native, which makes you not African, but you claim the Americanness, but then you don't claim the Africanness because we were mixed up, but you damn sure are saying that you're a Native American. That's what you're saying. When you literally are saying that you are a Native American. That's what literally what FBA is saying. I'm a Native American, and maybe we mix with some Africans. We may be mixed with some Africans. So this is what he said. So I'm gonna go down and show you why, to answer your question, why it can't work. First and foremost, and we'll do this. And this goes back to no, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to talk about, before I go there, I wanted to talk about your conceptualization of our dear older brother, Kaba Kabane. And I do get that, because I mean, Kaba might, I don't know. I mean, he looks like he could have something closer. I'm not sure, because phenotypically people just kind of, we can show up in different kind of ways. You've seen my mother's side of the family, right? So yes. So we can show up in ways. Kaba can look like he's one of my uncles or something, So, but the thing is, I do get it, but the reality is, what is he saying though? He's never really clear on what he's saying. And the reason why I showed that, because he's really literally, I think he's not saying, he's not really clear whether or not he's saying he's one of the original Aboriginal black people who were here, or if he's the red man that people will call. And I think they never delineate in that sense. They never show specificity in that sense. They make it very ambiguous, and it's done intentionally. Are you following me?
Yes. No, I follow you. They
want to show specificity between Africa, but they don't want to show that specificity when it comes to their nativeness of American. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, and I think it's because it's, for one, it sounds cool, and it's the same generic thing that's always been tossed about in the community about being Native American. Number two, when they do start, not him but others, when they do start to throw out the name of the tribe, that's when people who might not even describe themselves as Pan-Africanists or even African-centered, that's when other people start to say, wait a minute, huh? Like, you're hitting, we the real Cherokees. Then a whole bunch of black people is like, wait a minute, what the hell? So rather than face that type of scrutiny, they will play it very, very generic and just say Native American, because it gets a lot harder, and you do begin to look a little bit more suspect when you say, I'm Apache. No, no, bro. Everybody's
and the argument on the other hand, though, is you don't know what tribe you come from in Africa. Right. You don't know what nation you come from in Africa. But you don't, they kind of lie and say they're part of certain tribes here, but they don't call themselves that tribe. They call themselves foundational Black Americans, which actually had nations within this particular space originally before the white people, and they also had different tribes, and then, but again, my main point is Kaba and others like Tariq, they keep it very ambiguous whether or not they're talking about those who we know as the white, as the red man. They don't, they try to, they don't keep that clear. They don't say, well, they just say indigenous. Well, Kaba's saying indigenous people, but Kaba, are you talking about the Black indigenous that you think were here? Because you don't have any evidence of that. I mean, there's some good theory around it. You don't have any evidence of these black indigenous people. You know, Ivan Van Sertima, he did a great job in some conceptualization. David Imhotep did some good jobs of conceptualizing some things, but and it doesn't even make sense with none of their arguments, because half of them don't believe in Kemet, and they don't believe we came from Africa. And then then the way that Ivan Van Sertima and all them, they going into mounds and all this stuff, and the Kemites came to Americas, and they got this information, and they traded this information. And even Ivan Van Sertima said, I am not saying, he says, I am not saying that the people who built the infrastructure here was black. He literally said these things. You know what I mean? So, but he said that there was some contact there, and he believes that contact influenced one another. Now, that's not my debate. You know, I let Brother Unc do that. But what I will say is, you don't have much evidence of that past theory. So who are your black native people that you're speaking about? Who are these like Kaba? Are you speaking about the black natives, or are you talking about the natives that we know about, the red man? Are you talking about the ones that these pictures that we making, as my cousin was speaking about earlier? He went to Virginia and he went to Pocahontas, and then they tried to make her black or something. Now, he can tell a story better than I can. I wasn't following completely, but what I heard was they tried to make this person Pocahontas, I believe. Was it Pocahontas? Something else other than what she was.
Yeah, it was like I actually did a video. I think I went live, but I actually did a video. So I may pull it up one day in the future, whatever. But I did a video and I showed and I zoomed in. I'm zoomed in on the placard and like, okay, so such was on the show and such said blank. Now y'all can see exactly what it says here. But yeah, like I said, the whole thing, and it reminds me again, I had this conversation with somebody about that whole Native American thing and the Ivan Van Sertima thing, and I was just like, look, I mean, like you said, Ivan Van Sertima was talking more about contact than actual real presence and living experience. He was talking more about Central America than he was North America. And I read David Imhotep's book, and I'm telling you, I was so unconvinced with that. I was like, I went straight back into student mode. I was writing all over the pages, but this don't make sense, and the logic here fails, and why in the world would you think this when that? And by the time I got finished with the book, it just looked like a notebook. I had written so much stuff because I was like, nah, this don't. And I was just doing all of that because that was the way I was sort of trained. When you read a book, you write down stuff on the margins and in the pages and whatnot. But I tore that book up. I was like, this was a waste of my money. I was like, this thing is so ridiculous.
Yeah, and guess what? Me, I love my. Hold on. You know me, you know what I'm saying? And I gotta say it like this, he had, David Imhotep, and I let me just do it like this. You might ask him, why did David Imhotep have so much confidence?
Where does that confidence come from?
I mean, so I think I'm from Baltimore, that's why. 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 I'm from Baltimore, that's why.
And I say that because David Imhotep is from Baltimore. So,
wow.
And maybe, I don't know if his value is somewhere else, but I know his dear sister. I respect her. She does a lot of great work in the community. And y'all know, if anything, I love my Baltimore people, but David Imhotep can be wrong. and I trust that what I've heard from people. And I remember when he put it together and he was coming around doing the lectures and all that type of thing. And it sounds like a lot of stretching to me. And I question the research, but rest in power to the dear brother. But I will say this. As you say, the evidence is not compelling. It was something else I wanted to say, but he had a lot of confidence, and perhaps that's because his Baltimore connection. You know what I mean? And I wanted to tell you, because please share with the family how they, family, come over to Dr. Dennis Assault Winkler if you're on Proper Perspectives page, and if you over here on Dr. Dennis Assault Winkler's page, please go over to Proper Perspective page, and because we definitely gotta do our best at building platforms. Make sure you go over there, family. Make sure you like this video. Make sure you share this video. Make sure you leave comments. For all my family members who do the red, black, and the green, make sure you leave, red, black, and green, or whatever it is. Make sure that you put something there to let us know that you're in the building. So this is what I want to answer this question before we move on, and maybe we'll get into Ghana, failed protests, and some other things. But one of the things that this website that Tariq Nasheed put together says, if he didn't change it since the last time I looked at it, is that there's danger in dual allegiances. So that goes back to my question, goes back to the question of the dear brother, I believe it was earlier. And often, and even Kaba, or anybody else, anybody, who says that they are both, I'm just saying they are confused. And the confusion is coming from a real place. This is not speculation. You cannot be FBA and Pan-Africanist. FBA in its ideology, which seems to be more of like a theocracy, theocratic type of ideology. The leader, who's not a leader, the influencer, the influencer of FBA, Tariq Nasheed, says the following about half FBA. And I don't even know how, again, as I said, I don't know why Kaba's son spoke, or anybody else who's half FBA, even the person. I'm wondering if the person who came on your show calls himself a pan mulatto. Let's think about this. This website speaks nothing to nothing. It doesn't speak about race as it speaks about being half FBA. It speaks about nationhood or ethnicity. So it's still confusion around whether or not you're white and black American if you're full FBA. Because the only disclaimer it has is if you, let's just read it. Let's just read it. So let me go here. It says, what is the status of people with half FBA and half immigrant lineage? Can you see that, Brother Cuz?
Yes, that's clear.
Okay, it says, if you are a person classified as black who has one parent from an immigrant background and another parent who can be traced to the American slave plantations, then you are considered a foundational black American still. Now, what confuses me just a little bit, one, it says nothing about race. It speaks to, it says black, but it doesn't say anything about whether you white, it said considered black. So for the most part, this country, if you have one drop of black in you, you're black. I know Pan mulatto, maybe you're full FBA. But it goes on to say there is a very important caveat with this designation. An FBA individual whose non-FBA parental lineage comes from a person who immigrated to the United States after 1970 should not be considered or looked upon as a representative or spokesperson for serious political, social, economic, or judicial issues that affect foundational Black Americans collectively. So I say, I don't know why Kaba's son was talking. I have no idea why Kaba's son is even in the conversation, because he's definitely, from what I think, half FBA, and I need to go downstairs and tell my own children to shut up. Don't tell me anything, because you're not full. I need to go downstairs and say, sons, you're not full FBA, so shut up. You know, don't tell anybody anything about this stuff. Just shut up right now and do it quickly. You know, but it was something that stood out to me in the first line. Let me read that again. If you are a person classified as Black who has one parent from an immigrant background and another parent who can be traced to the American slave plantations. So what I'm wondering is, here it says, if you have a parent that can be traced to American slave plantation, I'm wondering what it looks like if you were a freedman. I mean, well, not a freedman, if you never were enslaved, if you were a part of the indigenous, if you were a part of the indigenous culture here, I mean, they're going to go back and fix it. They're going to fix it. If you were a part of the indigenous people who it came through a lineage that never was enslaved, then what do you do then? Are you FBA? You know, I mean, it doesn't say it. Are you, if you're mulatto, like Pan mulatto and Black, are you still FBA? I don't know, but what I do know is if you're a Black immigrant from Jamaica, Trinidad, whatever, these other places in the Caribbean, South America, even the UK, or you know, the continent for sure, you are considered a half breed, on half FBA. So again, let's go back down. The only exception to the rule, let me see here. Okay, let's look. Let me read that again. An FBA individual whose non-FBA parental lineage from a person who immigrated to the United States after 1970 should not be considered for, let me see, where does it say? Considered or looked upon as a representative or spokesperson for serious political, social, economic, or judicial issues that affect foundational Black Americans collectively. The only exception to the rule is if the half FBA individual has a verified track record of loyalty. Now, it says, and tangible contributions to the betterment of foundational Black Americans. And again, I often say, who judges that? I'm like, so who is the judge? It's not an organization. It's just a lineage. It's just a lineage. So who now decides whether or not this person was loyal or not? Who decides whether or not this person has done his or her due part to be considered, or perhaps a spokesperson or what have you? I don't know who does this. It says this was because a few Black people who were able to immigrate to the U.S. before 1965 acted as strong allies to foundational Black Americans. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. I'm sorry, that didn't work. I think I skipped down. Okay, let me read back. The Immigration Act of 1965 was a law that foundational Black Americans fought for in order to help Black people from Africa and the Caribbean come to us and assist FBA as reinforcement against systematic white supremacy. This was because the few Black people who were able to immigrate to the country before 1965 acted as strong allies to foundational Black Americans during the Jim Crow era. So this is just somewhere, these magical before 65 people. During the Jim Crow era in America, African and Caribbean immigrants did not have their own segregated enclaves apart from FBA. Okay, in order for them to thrive, they had to have unity with foundational Black Americans and to get on code with them against the common enemy, which is white supremacy. Okay, let me go past. I want that. Enough of that. Let me get down to what I really want to try to get to here. Y'all read the rest of it on your own, but it says something about the danger of dual allegiances, and I want to show you why you cannot be a Pan-Africanist in FBA. One, we don't even allow people to be spokespeople if one of their parents are from somewhere else. If your parent, like if you find, you can be in leadership, but if you find that somehow that, like, for example, my cousin, my father says that my grandmother says that we're from the West Indies. Now, I mean, well, that was before 1970 or 65, so maybe it doesn't matter. But this is what I want to say. Okay, let's go back. The danger of dual allegiances. Historically, there have been two types of half FBA individuals in general sense. One, loyalists to their FBA lineage and heritage. Two, anchored tethers who view FBA society as a group to exploit and ultimately replace. Look, check this out. It's only two types, y'all. Look, it's only two types of half FBA. There's nothing in between. So they're just either loyalists or anchored tethers. FBA has to currently be skeptical, it says. This is the doctrine. This is the ideology. This is the doctrine. It says FBA has to currently be skeptical about certain half FBA people who want to act as spokespersons for FBA collectively. If a person has dual allegiances to different ethnic groups and cultures, it is difficult to determine if they will look out for the best interests of FBA. Even full FBA, who has a history of prioritizing other groups, religions, and sexual intersectionality over the best interests of foundational Black Americans, must be viewed with reservation. So now they don't even stop there. They go all the way to gender politics and other religions. So now somehow, FBA gets to, there's not a group, there's not an organization, but just a lineage determine whether or not you are a traitor depending on the religion. Even for FBA, who has a history of prioritizing other groups, religions, and sexual intersectionality over the interests of foundational Black Americans, must be viewed with reservation. This is the message to the FBAs.
Yeah.
How do you, what kind of ethnic group or ethnonym or what have you has this type of, it's a theocracy? Go ahead, you got something.
Part of me is struggling with, it's like, okay, what I'm struggling with is, one, the definitions and the parameters that he lays out. And two, even when I encounter FBA advocates who try to hold the line, they end up backfiring against those definitions and parameters. And so, there's been FBA advocates online, and then when people start asking them about their backgrounds, even they come to find out, shucks, I'm not one. Well, the last 10 videos that I did was, I've been FBA for 5 months. I'm not an FBA.
Are you serious? Wow.
I'm dead serious. So again, and even the thing in there, his little magical cutoff date of 1970, and there are groups of Black people, and I was going to cover this in another one I was talking with Mr. K about, but there are groups of Black people who came from the Caribbean and came into America in the 1800s. And so, they're not foundational Black American, but they've been here and they fit the definition of foundational Black American, but they don't fit the definition. And I'm like, this, again, it's the whole thing with the logic thing. So it's just like, it just falls apart. It's the same thing with the stars and the idea thing about the stars. And you can't stand immigrants, but one of the stars represents Black people who would be considered immigrants who came here. There's always this gaping hole of logic in everything, in that whole page. When you think about it critically, it all sounds like, if you're gung-ho about this separation, this division, and we are just us and we ain't got nothing to do with nobody else, if you're gung-ho about that, or even when you're gung-ho about that, if you think about it critically, you still walk away with, well, shit, this don't make no sense. It just like there's just too many contradictions in it. And it's like, okay, well, keep running, keep rocking and rolling with your self-contradictory ideology. And okay, it's just like I don't want to take any stabs at religious folk, but I'm like, it's just like the Trinity, but I ain't trying to go there.
Just like the Trinity.
Yeah, like the 3-in-1. And like I said, I know that's a religious dig. The Trinity never made any sense to me. You can't divide 3 into 1 and all this other stuff. But just like I said, just on the merits of the definitions, the cutoff dates still end up allowing groups of Black people who they don't recognize as part of the in-group to fit into the fold and to be able to speak for and represent them, but they say that they can't. And so just like, they actually went to war amongst themselves about whether or not we're going to keep Malcolm X. They've gone to war about whether or not we're going to keep Farrakhan. And I'm like, so at the end of the day, you get to the point when you're like, I ain't saying that you gotta agree with Farrakhan, but when you get to the point when you say, well, Farrakhan ain't got no business speaking on our behalf, and I'm like, bruh, like there's some illogic when you got people who don't fit your definition but are doing the work. You got people who do fit your definition and not doing the work. This thing doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. You ready for this protest talk?
Oh Lord, yes, please. This protest talk got on my nerves.
Okay, let's see what we got here. All right. We're gonna get into this protest. I think this is the clip that you're speaking about. Oh, tell me can you hear it? Hold on. Oh, you know what? Let me see something real quick. I might have to do something real quick. Let me put you. I'm gonna put you up front. Let me figure something out real quick. If you got something while I get it together, if not, I guess we just make some silence.
Well, I'll ask people in the chat. Has anyone? I'm sure everybody's heard about the UN proclamation. Has anyone read the proclamation? Has anyone reviewed the proclamation? Does anybody in the chat even have an opinion about the people who protested? You can say something in the chat or whatnot, and as we begin to transition into that part of this conversation. I tried to look up the actual document, and I watched a couple of other people's videos who were discussing the document. And some of the points that the protests are trying to make, to some extent, like it's almost hard to hear them because there's so much, it's such a cacophonous situation going on out there. But I think one of the things that people are talking about, they're mad at, or perhaps they are afraid at Ghana or standing up for reparations because they think that Ghana is going to steal their check. And I'm just like, to some extent, I'm like, if you continue to make the case that the reparations that you are owed is only owed by Uncle Sam, and the only entity that you want to have a conversation with is Uncle Sam, then I don't know why you care whether or not Ghana holds a conversation with the United Nations at all. Like, they're two different districts. It's like, to some extent, it's like, okay, I got a court case in New York, but I'm mad at the people that got a court case in California. Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But you know, that's just, you know, maybe that's just my emotions talking.
Maybe that's your emotions talking.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Yeah. Is anybody saying anything?
Let me see. Yeah, Mr. K says, I think those protesters have serious personality disorders. Rye SS2YZ, Rye says one guy was playing Biggie all while calling people tethers. It was a lot of it was a lot of vitriol going on.
Oh man.
JPW says currently most forms of black politics exist within a cult-like framework. Most forms of black politics, I don't know that I agree with that, JP. Give me some examples. Let's see. So who else is saying something? And some, I think, if I'm understanding this a little bit correctly, let me see. Naps 9885 says Godfrey advocates for them, and some of Tariq's clown lieutenants have attacked him. I think I know what he's talking about. He was talking about the comedian Godfrey. Shabaka says the FBA is who Tariq say they are. The FBA getting paid by the CIA. FBI trying to separate Africans worldwide. Tariq is the big celebrity, nothing else. Now, the dissenting views, Shorty McGriff says people push Pan-Africanism because it's a check for them.
I wonder, where's the check at?
I go to the mailbox every day. I guess mine got lost in the mail.
Where's the check?
I mean, we can plainly see that the people pushing the FBA is they're getting paid. So you know, at best, both sides, some people on both sides might be getting paid, but you know.
But I think you want to say that it seemed like FBA Griff is a little stronger, huh?
I mean, the money that people is saying that Tariq is pulling in off the so-called next hidden colors is tremendous. I do hear, yeah, I hear the yelling in the background.
Okay, you ready for that?
Yeah,
All right, let me do that. I'm okay, I think I gotta do something. My mouse or something went dead. All right, so let's do this. All right, let's do it like this. You know what? We can do it like this. Oh, let's just play it. I'll just play it.
Yo, Gerard! Gerard, boy! What up, Gerard? Gerard! What up, boy? What up, Gerard? What up, Gerard? Yeah, we just American. Yeah, I got you. We 14th Amendment defenders, that's all. Yo, what up, Jay? I'm on the side, boy. Yo, Jay! Yo, Jay! Yo, Jay! Yo, Jay, relax. I want bro. Chill out. Okay, so get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here, man. Like, we're on the sidewalk. Look, this feed's on the sidewalk. So, shove your ass away from us, right? Shove your fat ass away. We gonna do shoot me? What you gonna do, shoot me, faggot? What you gonna do, shoot me, nigga? Yeah, nigga. Fuck you, boy. Fuck, we gonna shoot me. I know you wanna do that all morning, nigga.
So this is at the...
Yeah, I know. Yeah, trigger.
African burial ground, or is this where is this at?
This, I don't think. Well, this might have been the African burial ground because this is outside. His other, so he went to the African burial ground and then he went to the UN.
Yeah.
Maybe one other place. So I think this is the African burial ground.
Okay, and I'm seeing somebody put, they deep. They really think they're deep.
Yeah, I'm like, it's about. I'm being generous when I said 15. Of course, I don't know, and this is only one video, so
I think you are being generous. But I did see like the blonde head. Maybe I saw another video with the blonde head sister. What I am saying though, this is indicative of their hurt and fear though, as it goes on. This is indicative of the hurt and fear that we spoke about.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is crazy, son. No, we don't hear some fucking foreigners.
Somebody said the African burial ground, not the FBA burial ground.
Yeah.
You hear the
yeah, like so this morning, say what happened this morning was these fucking guys gave me a hard time. I know once Anna told me, she singled me out. She had it out against me because of what happened earlier, like what happened during the 2025 election. So Jay, that's the detail right there, bro. Like it's like the mayor always called the shit. I'm not here to play. They know who I am, bro. We have Secret Service right here, U.S. Marshals and shit. U.S. Marshals, you have fucking PD detail. That's what it is. As long as we on right, they can't say shit, okay? Yeah, like what it is. I have okay. My question is important. And question is important. Let everybody get time to speak. But yeah, if any of you guys decisions for Ghana, if y'all want to come holler at us, make sure you do that. Somebody your representative over, and we go politics, you dig? But y'all not going to be getting a check. You can't participate in the slave trade 400 years ago. Bubble the bag.
There they go. Hold up. Hold up. You might be it might be 15.
It might be 15. Yeah.
It might be 15. You see
it ain't that much more.
And say it again.
I say it ain't that much more. If it is 15, it certainly ain't more than that.
Right. And just look at them though. I don't mean I can't just look at them. Let's look at them. Like our brothers and sisters out there angry as hell. And this brother right here, you can tell he want power. He wanna have power over the police. Like talking smack talk is really making him feel good. It's really making him feel good. It's showing you that this is how people feel when they feel like they're powerless. They will do anything to exercise some level of some semblance of power.
Yeah, that's the A right here. They call the shot, man. Like, we're just back. All the person they went to. Yo, Jay! Jumani's right there. There you go. You do not have in common with my brother. I'm an ex-veteran. Well, Jay, not only am I ex-military veteran, that I remain no good. Number one, what is the position on reparations? Reparations, the foundation of Black Americans, and no others who have not originated on this soil without saying anything. What's your position on caste reparations and an anti-foundational Black American hate law? That way we don't get brutalized by the police. I want to make sure. Who's the caste reparations go to? Reparations for foundational Black Americans only. Sure. I think there's structural things that have to be done as well. It's always
I was listening to something earlier, and you might, he says reparations or cash reparations for something like that for foundational African Americans only. I was listening to the Tariq Nasheed response to the Ghana video, and I think he said something, and you might say, well, this brother's probably just saying here in the United States, but Tariq Nasheed was saying something very similar as it pertains just all over the overall. Like the Ghana and the Caribbean and all these people are coming, they're connecting so that we won't get reparations, something like that. Like, it's like,
yeah,
these same groups that they argue haven't, that they argue aren't working with other people, are working together
with other people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
CARICOM was there in the house. The Pan-Africanists were that they were speaking about Baba Small being there and so on and so forth. You look like you got something.
Yeah, I mean, I heard the same thing. I heard that the Congressional Black Caucus was there. I heard that members of in Cobra was there. So at least from what I've heard, that, you know, all of the people, organizations, and whatnot that have been working on reparations for decades and for a much longer time and with way more bona fides than Tariq has, were there in support and have been working with and in talks with Ghana and the president, their president and whatnot, to get this thing to this point. So that like that's and even if you disagree, even if you don't like it, even if you don't want them there, at the very least you need to be at least honest and sober enough to concede, well, Pan-Africanism isn't dead. If all these different Black folks from different geographical locations are working together on this same one, on this one entity, on this one exercise, this one logistical symbolic endeavor, that means Pan-Africanism isn't dead, but you swear Pan-Africanism is dead. So just that alone is, to some extent, it's almost like a kill shot, because it's like they swear that every time they come into the room, ain't nobody on the continent practicing Pan-Africanism. Okay. And you living under a rock.
There's nobody on the continent practicing Pan-Africanism, but when you show them an example of it, then they move the goalpost that they're trying to take our stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know,
and again, that's that whole, see, now we're dealing with lies and fraudulent. That's like, now the troll stuff starts to kick in, because I'm like, you know, at least, look, we can change the topic, but first let's conclude on this topic, and you can at least concede that you were not accurate in your assessment, and then we can move on to another thing. But they don't want to do that either.
Absolutely. They don't want to do that. And they I mean, I'm sorry to say, I mean, this is what we're dealing with. You know what I mean? It's kind of like our poor brothers and sisters, this is what they're doing. Let me know if you want me to stop at any point.
Okay.
Hundreds of Ghanaians crossed the border into Burkina Faso and kill soldiers and civilians and steal their livestock. And they sell it in places like Tamale, and they steal everything from them. Hundreds of Ghanaians crossed the border to murder in Burkina Faso alongside with terrorists. Yo, they sent you over here to be the plantation protector? Hey, we don't need no food. We don't need no coons over here, nigga. Take your ass back over there. What are you talking about?
She said, we don't need, I'm hearing you. She said, we don't need no coons over here in IGG, or take your ASS back over there. So again, this is the level of fear that our people have. This is it's at a gross level. It's at a even I'm seeing here JG11. I have no idea what JG11 is saying here. JG11 continues
Go
to
ahead.
ask me for a wrench. He hasn't asked in a while, I don't think, but he says we need to protest immigration, and I'm curious to what does he mean. See, again, this is what FBA does. They say very general statements. So what do you mean by we need to protest immigration, and what is the goal in protesting it? And are you talking? And yeah, what will be the goal? Is the goal to not allow anybody else to immigrate to this country? Is the goal to have people have to have document? So what are you saying? Close out all immigration altogether, JG11? See, that's why I can't give you a wrench back, JG, because you say stupid stuff. I don't understand what you're saying here, brother. I'm trying, like, I want you to use more specificity. You know, I mean, I appreciate you trying, but you don't look like there's any, like, please be clear. Or maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe I'm missing something here. Is Robert Rand, is he the person you had on yesterday?
No, I did not know. I didn't speak to him.
Okay, cool. All right. So let's keep playing this. Oh, did you have something before I push play again?
No, I just thought it was funny that JG was saying this stuff. He stays in the chat room saying, I'm for all of us. I want us all to get along and work together. And then he posts this.
Yeah, I don't know what JG11 didn't put Dr. Winkler. Let's see what he put here. He put Dr. Winkler, Hispanic immigrants took over Black communities. Okay, so now, I mean, are you saying protest Latina immigrants? You now saying they took over Black communities? Is this kind of like the other brother saying that the Black immigrants took over the Black African American communities as well? I'm not sure what you mean by this. And even if you thought about this, when y'all say things like they took over our communities, y'all say that y'all get this stuff from Claude Anderson because y'all don't want to get it from Tariq Nasheed because you think he's more established. But Claude Anderson said we don't have communities. So I don't get it. I mean, I think you need to read the very thing that you need to study more of even the people that you say you study. Cause
nah, you're right. I'm looking at, he trying to clean up or clarify his comments. He says they took over Black communities and harm innocent Black folks. I'm against that. JG, where do you live at?
yeah, that's a good question. We don't know where JG, are you a male? Because I've been asking over and over again, are you a male? And what is your name? Give me your first name, JG. Is it John? Like that's a good question. Where do you live, JG? Because maybe your perspective is coming from where you live.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I've heard some things. I still can't say that I've heard the Hispanics took over the community, but I have heard that in various places, relations between Black Americans and Latino communities are not all hunky-dory. But again, I have heard some things about in other cities, relations between Black Americans and Latino communities are hunky-dory, ace, boom, coon. So I'm like, okay, again, there's some local things that might need to be aired out, but that doesn't mean the entire group everywhere all across the country is having the same experience on either side of the coin, the good or the bad. Like a lot of times it's professed in New York. There's always this thing, and New Yorkers are always, hey, we all sort of like, we all live together and we get along and get some tensions, but we all boom, boom, boom. I've heard people saying out in California, it ain't like that. I've heard some people from Texas say we cool. I've heard some people from Texas saying we not cool with the groups and whatnot. So so these blanket statements don't work because there are people testifying otherwise.
Yeah, I'm in Baltimore. Now you can talk about Virginia. I've seen them take over Greek town. I've seen them take over. They're up in Jewtown. I seen them like integrate into some of our areas, but I ain't seen them take over nothing in Baltimore. Now, and what does taking over mean? Like taking over the rents? What like hold on, let me say it again. Are they taking over the rents? Are they taking over the homeowner neighborhoods? Like, where's the specificity here? I mean, that is just fearmongering. I'm not even saying like that there's no, like, you have to give me more ideas or more concrete examples of what they're taking over. What is it that they're taking over? Are they taking over the rents? Are the landlords kicking you out? I mean, or are you homeowners? Like, I'm in Baltimore. The black neighborhoods that we own, the houses we most predominantly homeowner neighborhoods, are still predominantly black. And if we wanted to sell them, we sold them. But they definitely in Baltimore are taking over Greek town, if you want to call it taking over. They're taking over Fells Point, which was a white bar hopper destination. They're taking over, like, so when you, and what I mean by taking over is that they're actually opening up stores and shops and taco trucks and all types of other things. Latino, Hispanic markets and international markets and things like that. I'm in Baltimore. It's on this street where I'm at, which is in a diverse community, predominantly black, though. Is a bunch of African shops and stores around here too, within our community. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, I'm trying to figure out this enclave that they go in. Now, I'm not saying that you can't go to the Somali or not creating spaces and things like that and all these type of things, but I think like we have to be more specific. And if we're not specific, we're just fear mongering. So, so. Cuz, did you want me to, I see we got some callers. Did you want me to play this out, or how do you want me to do it? It has about 3 minutes left.
Either way, I would say either take a caller and then go back to the video, or play the video and then take the callers.
All right, let's just let it play out and then if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
I ain't touching nobody. I ain't going nowhere. My First Amendment right. Fuck you up. El Brazo. I ain't got no tacos. Get away from me. So the protest, okay. No, I'm with you. So the protest is the fact that Ghana is acting like
Lisa Williams was poisoned in Ghana. They said a man pretended to be her son to pick up her body. Lisa Williams doesn't have any sons. A white American named Julie Diane Williams, a mother of three, 37 years old, was murdered in Ghana.
I go on
Jeanette Saunders, 75 years old, and her sister were slaughtered. They were cut up with machetes and buried in the shallow graves in their backyard. Their dogs were poisoned. Naomi Gilbert was murdered in Ghana. Artie Cassie, who had cancer, sold some kind of Ghana. Anopi, who was on Back to Africa, who had a two-bedroom house in Ghana.
Cause you've been traveling across, you've been traveling to Africa. I mean, I'm not saying things don't happen, right? Things happen everywhere. Now, I'm wondering, when Africans get killed here, I mean, when you show up there, have they made you accountable for that?
Say it again. When I showed up there, have they made me accountable for what?
When you go across the continent of Africa, are they holding you accountable for the people who got murdered here in America?
Absolutely not.
African continent?
No.
Are they
No.
pulling out long lists? Or maybe if Trump came there, they'll pull out lists and say how many, along. I'm not even sure if they did that to Trump. I mean,
and that's part of the funny thing. Like, I'm not saying like the sister, and I saw some people talking about her on Reddit also, but the sister holding this sign and saying all of this stuff in the background about people being murdered and all this other mess, and I'm just like, y'all spending so much time on the few crimes that occurred in Ghana, but you're not protesting all of the police brutality incidents in America. You're not protesting the white folk that have killed black folk. You're not protesting the other black Americans that have killed black Americans. But 6 or 7 incidents.
What's that goal here, though? What was the goal?
Promote fear of Africa, hate of Africa, fear of Ghana, hate of Ghana. The divide and conquer. They not like us. They are against us. They trying to take something from us.
What was the point? Like, what did they think they literally were going to accomplish there with the 15 people?
Again, that's the reason that I did, like, one of the other videos I did was FBA is the movement that stops nothing, because whatever they say their stated goal is, there's no manifestation of, they can't bring anything into effect. I'm like if the idea was, we don't want that man to come to the African burial ground, so we gonna protest. Well, he came anyhow. If we don't want him to speak at the ceremony, so we gonna protest. Well, he spoke anyhow. We don't want him to go to the UN, so we gonna protest. He went to the UN anyhow.
Tariq said they shut it down.
They shut down what?
I mean, Tariq said, yeah, we had whatever the guy, Black Alpha or somebody. He said we Black something. He was over there and they shut it down. They shut it down, family. So to me, when I heard him say that, when I heard Tariq say that, I just thought that is very dangerous. Like, he's literally inciting some type of violence. For what? I'm not saying there's never a time and a place. I'm saying, but for what? And what is it going to accomplish?
I think he's giving them. He's trying to give them pride in the ability to accomplish a goal. And again, part of the problem is there was no accomplishment of the goal. The same thing where the dude said, "See, yeah, we showed up deep. It was 15 of y'all. Like,
we rolled up."
Like, no, you didn't. Like, again, otherwise it's, man, we tried to organize this protest, man. We told everybody we was gonna come out wide, mad, deep. Man, only 15 people came. I don't even know if this is worth it. He can't have that. He can't have people come to the realization that the power ain't powering, that the yelling ain't effective. So here, yeah, we shut it down, people. Y'all, shout out to y'all. Y'all did that. Y'all did the damn thing. We got to keep on doing it.
And then look at, but when I look at my dear brothers and sisters, though, man, it saddens me, though. It saddens me because I see so much there that I think we could analyze. Let's look at that.
But again, even Michael in the chat is saying in the age of social media, you don't need that many people because the post goes viral. 10 people showed up, but hundreds of thousands of impressions. Okay. And hundreds of thousands of people see only 10 people showed up. And they see that the entire ceremony and procession went on almost without a hitch. The man gave his speech. He laid the wreath on the grounds. He thanked everybody for coming out, and they proceeded to the next location. 10,000 impressions for what?
You know, this is, you know, because what's happening is I could just imagine what it feels like to be Tariq. I have empathy. When you see so many people catching on to your scam, when you see so many people, even the mainstream, they're not even the black people. See, they were coming for the hardcore Pan-Africanists. Now you got the people who aren't even the black Pan-Africanists, the mainstream Democratic types that's also saying, nah, we can agree on this thing. We African. We can agree on this thing that we need to unify. You know, we look, and we always say we need to find some common thread. And one common thread I'm hearing is because even though Tariq has a major platform, he is not Joy Reid. He's not these other people. He's not like these other folk that capture way many more, even a Roland Martin. Like the platform, like all these people who work like Voltron to push what happened in Ghana the other day. Like even I gotta give a shout out to the brother Haven Bullets. I think his name is Burn. I think he has another channel, Javen Haven Bullets, and one of his chat members said something like Tariq Nasheed is more mad at the Ghanaian president for coming and bringing out reparations as a, you know, or having it be acknowledged that slavery of African people was the most heinous act to human beings. So Tariq Nasheed is more upset that took place, went down, and was acknowledged than he is against Donald Trump and his people for voting against it. America voted against it. The country, United States, that they love voted against it. The country that they say is that is theirs voted against it. The country that is, and they didn't even say it like this. I'm extending it now because it makes so much sense. The country that they says is their country, the name that they wear proudly, American, voted against the act of slavery being the most heinous act. And then he started to go on to say that we were the number one oppressed people, and our civil rights was the most harshest. And I mean, no. Our civil rights was the greatest and most recognized civil rights, as if that had anything to do with a thing. Like, look, check out Brother Haven Bullets. He has some good content over there. He does a lot of pre-recorded things, but nonetheless, that's one of his guests. I mean, one of his chat members spoke about that, and I think that's very profound. Like, you're more upset at the Ghanaian president for bringing up this issue of dehumanization of African people, black people, meaning you too, Tariq. I know you don't like the word. Even the Ghanaian president said African people everywhere. African people everywhere. And African descendants, like he included it all together. The things that you say don't happen, and when it does happen, you tell people it's a trick. And I'm not saying by any means that because this thing happened, you close your eyes. Because when we're dealing with people, we always got to make sure that we show up in the room, but we won't show up. We won't show up like this. We won't. Booty scratcher. Booty scratch. Go
Yeah.
home,
Mhm.
booty scratcher. They don't say these things. They say that. Look, what is that like? Booty. Go home, booty scratcher. This man is not in America. Oh, he came to America, right? I guess. Oh my God.
Mhm. But they also the first ones that say, you know, we ain't the ones that started the name calling. We ain't the ones that use slurs against them.
What it said, can't in good conscience say nothing. Nonsense has been counted. Docs and geo theory, I want to know more about that, but this is necessary too. Okay, okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm lost. I'll look back at it later. All right, so let's get through this, cuz, and we'll bring the people up. They got paid already. I'm sorry. They got paid already is such foolishness.
She talking about who she say got paid already.
She is saying the Ghanaian African people, let me say that, Africans on the continent have gotten paid for selling the slaves, right? Enslaved people. So I think that lacks nuance and the complexity of it. And that's why I struggle sometimes when people, social media and the lack of critical thinking, but you pick up a microphone and get on a camera is horrible. Like, who are the they that got paid? And can you, like, that's like, it's things are so much more complex than we really want to speak to. And it's almost like saying the few people, even in the United States, that were black who also enslaved people, would be a reason for us not to seek repair.
Right.
In fact, because they are indigenous, and we know that the indigenous people also enslave people, I think even at higher levels than black people. I mean, I'm sorry that they say they're indigenous, so they will call those black indigenous people. They also enslave people at much more smaller scale than European or white people, but they did. So would that mean that there's no need for reparations? Like, again, there were families ripped apart, institutions ripped apart, even you, because you can't place yourself as a family member to the person that your family, your lineage, not the lineage, your bloodline goes back to the continent. And that ancestor or those ancestors that were ripped from the continent had family members who were harmed. And another thing that Haven Bullets brought out, I think that was really essential, I want to give a shout out to him, is that even when you begin to look at the records, you know, and maybe I didn't look this up myself, but the brother gives good research, but I can research it. I just was listening to it today. Is that I'm certain it happened, though. I mean, it just makes sense that even those who were a part of slave trading practices on a continent, they were also enslaved.
Yes.
So they also were, as the brother American Dream was talking about these contracts, they actually turned their back on those people as well. So it's kind of like, it's not a very simplistic thing and you can't tease it out. But what she wants to do is now say all of those people, because of a few people did some things, a few people were complicit in some things. It's kind of like, again, saying that because there were black people in America that also, it's almost like saying, if I'm remembering this correctly, that Toussaint Overture, who was a part of the aristocracy and got benefits from the what happened in Haiti, he was also a revolutionary. He also did some things differently. I mean, even Castro,
Right.
whose mother was a part of aristocracy and all that type of thing, and he broke it down. I'm just saying things are way more complex than FBA is trained. Oh boy, Tika's the best. Tika's in the building. Oh, hey Tika, look, when we open these lines up, I'm just saying from the start, because I'm being I gotta be clear. We all gotta be respectful of everybody's time here. So let's be everybody who comes up. Yes, we're gonna put some minutes on you, okay? Because I don't want you to say, "Oh, he cutting me off," because I don't like that. I'll just be honest. I don't like all of that. I don't like that talk. I don't like the pictures trying to paint. None of that. I don't like all that. So please don't do that. Okay, not on this platform. So, all right, because I'm gonna let it play out.
Okay.
And let's stay on topic.
I think the main message that God needs to understand is Africa is not our voice. I think the main message needs to be that Africa is not our voice. I think God needs to get the main message that Africa is not our voice. To the family in the south, to the family in the west, to the family in the north, to my family in the middle. If they come to your grave site, your burial site, you pull up to and say one simple thing. Africa is not our voice.
See my sister with the wig. Dang, my sister with the mink or fox fur or something. Like they. Our people, boy, our people. My people, my people.
They sound unhinged.
My people. My people. I feel so sorry for you. And that's my people. My people.
Here on Democracy Now, I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
Well, a special counsel Robert Mueller continues.
Can you still hear that?
Yeah, still playing.
Okay, all right. So, all right, family. Whew. Cuz you got anything to say before we open these lines up? And we probably gonna go for about how long you got, cuz?
I'm good. I'm straight now. I'm like I'm here, so it is what it is. I ain't got nothing. I want to see what the people on the lines are saying. Especially if I hope somebody wants to, whatever they want to say, but I hope they commenting on the video as well.
Yeah, I want to comment on the video, and please, I'm not trying to get dragged down I'm gonna stop you. I'm just gonna say if I feel like it's off topic, I'm gonna stop you. Okay. And that's just it. Because last Wednesday was a lot of work, bro.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see here. Let me try to set this up correctly. What if I can do it like this? Because I don't want. If I could do it like this, let's see what happens. Okay. Robert Rand, what it is?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Where you calling from?
New York City.
New York City. Was that you up there?
No, I wasn't there. I wish I would have known about it, man. I would have went down there. I'm not too far from there. I'm on the Lower East Side, so
okay.
I'm not too far from the African burial ground. It's on the west side. I'm on the east side.
Okay. What's popping?
Man, I don't know what the hell is going on with this non. What do they hope to accomplish with this, man?
What do they hope to accomplish with it?
Yeah. I mean, you're out there protesting, or you spew so much hate for Africa, and you have you claim you want reparations, you claim you owed, but where's your representation at? Why weren't you at the UN? Why weren't you there? Where was Tariq Nasheed in Claude Anderson at?
You know what they try to play, brother?
What?
They tried to play the game like what we say. Oh, they going to the UN. They going to the white people.
Mm.
then he say, oh, hold up. It might be a time. See, he plays both ends. He says, see, this is Tariq. Oh, well, you know, but there might be a time on a different video. A time, but we got to get in-house together first, you know, and then we deal with that, you know, that type of thing.
Yeah, I know. In the meantime, they just stay on social media and just spew all kind of nonsense all day, every day. It's crazy, man.
But he say what we doing is doing marathon videos, and I mean, I don't know. He got a lot of time. And if you just go, just like people saying it's not hate, all you have to do is go to his chat. I mean, all you got to go to his page, and all you see is these African people with this exaggerated type of features. And,
I know, I see it.
Caribbean people with exaggerated features, or even the most, let's say, some people do look like this, but this is what you're trying to paint an image. But go ahead.
And you know, it's funny because they got nothing to say about K-pop and the billions of dollars that K-pop has made off appropriation of so-called FBA culture. And the hate and the, I won't say hatred that they show, but they definitely don't have any respect for us. And FBA has nothing to say.
That's a bigger fight for them. This, you know, when you've been abused, you're gonna pick on somebody you think you bigger than.
And you know, the video, like I'm trying to, I couldn't comprehend anything that was in that video, man. Nothing they were saying.
You say you couldn't comprehend anything?
Yeah, like what was the purpose? Like what were you asking? Like what did you want?
They wanted I'm thinking they wanted the Ghanaian president to feel their presence or something.
That's it. That's what I'm saying. Their presence there was like asinine. Like for what? What are you there for?
Yeah.
And you know,
yeah, I mean, that's all they want. They want their presence to be known. They want to be seen. They want to be felt. They want to be heard. But they don't want, like, the funniest thing, the irony is they scream the most about tangibles and they work the least on attaining any.
Exactly. And you know, this so-called FBA lineage, you know, Kaba, whatever his last name is, I can't pronounce it correctly. He's not for FBA. His son is not for FBA. Tariq Nasheed is not for FBA. And many of them are not for FBA. But they don't never want to address that.
You know what? Hold up, back up real quick. You see how they show our dear brothers and sisters in the Caribbean and on the African continent?
No doubt.
And they make these memes. But it wouldn't be right if they took images of those that were out there in New York at the burial ground and made memes of them, because they were not our best representatives.
Oh, hell no. Especially the one with that wig on, man. I mean, come on, bro.
Get the one with the blonde hair, you know, like I don't know. They weren't our best representatives. I mean, this is what they do. They find like they do like the news do. They go and they find a dude around the way, you know, he's struggling with some things, and they got him being the expert for the community.
That's exactly what it is.
You have any idea when this so-called movie is supposed to come out? It's Hidden Colors number 6.
You know, let me just be real though. I think that's a good. I mean, I think that is a good something to broach here. Brother Tahaka Bey has, I think he has a fair argument around this idea that I heard Tariq. No, and it's coming to my mind because Tariq just said, "Oh, y'all talking about what we doing? Oh, my nigga." That's how you do. My nigga, I made. He said, "I just made whatever he raised." He said, "I made this amount of money in so many days." Then he said, "Oh, we made," and I'm like, "Hold up, I think Tahaka be right." I don't think he spent all that money on that movie like he's acting like he is. I mean, in fact, the production was done over a year ago. So, like, with all the technology we have now, I doubt that I doubt that I don't know. I can't be for sure, but I think Tariq Nasheed makes a cogent argument that this is a
I wish
scam.
New York would come back up. The one that says, I almost fell off my chair, bro. He said Tariq was a gift from God. I couldn't believe it. That was on last week's show. I still don't get over that.
Yeah, he comes on Wednesday.
Like,
maybe he'll be back on next Wednesday. My dear brother, James Harlem.
Harlem. I said New York.
Yeah, I think he's from Harlem, so he uses Harlem. You know how y'all New Yorkers do.
Yeah,
I know. But I think he's a misled brother who believes that he's can't come across some information, and he believes that he's doing his godly duty to wake me up.
So, Tariq Nasheed has been doing a great job of exposing Tariq Nasheed for the past couple of months. And I know these people have seen these videos of Marcus Sanders and his various aliases. And, they don't take that into consideration at all. That he is, a paid informant.
James is in the. He said he coming up for you, brother. he said the New York connection got to talk.
Oh, there, bring him up. I want to know what.
Okay, that's Mr. Harlem. Mr. Harlem in the house.
Okay, let me cut this TV down. Stop my casting. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Mr. FBA. We can
okay.
Hear you.
Okay, as men, we're going to treat each other with respect, right?
No doubt.
Yes, please.
Okay, so there is doubts as to why grown men can't quote another grown man correctly if they're going to quote him. What I said was, Tariq Nasheed was blessed by God to give us the term FBA. Now, in retrospect, I could have said the ancestors, and I think he might have preferred me using the term the ancestors.
Did he tell you that?
Rather than God. I think.
Did he tell you that?
I think.
Mr. Harlem.
No, sir. I never spoke with Tariq Nasheed before in my life.
Okay, just want to know.
But I'm saying, I think he would prefer the term from the ancestors if we're speaking about the spiritual realm of our existence. But my main point was, and I seen you made a video, and I thank for the superstar status. I really do appreciate it. But
I didn't make it. I just made a clip of the video. Yeah.
I would like to address.
But the name. Okay. Yes, sir. You can. But I was going to say the doc was that you named it and you titled it that I said that Tariq Nasheed was a gift from God, and that's disingenuous. And I just don't do people like that.
No. In that same video, in that same video, I said, you believe Tariq Nasheed is a gift of God, and you said, yeah, you said my perspective.
No, sir. I study every video that I come upon on, and I specifically said over and over that he was gifted to give us that term.
This is
not
warfare,
that he's a gift. Okay, Michael Jordan's a gift from God. Jordan's a gift from God. He has God-given talent.
You said he was gifted by God, right?
Right, but you saying that I'm saying that he's a gift from God, as though his being, just his face,
that's what you said. Playing. That's what you implied. That's
no, I never implied that.
You put
one thing I do, sir. I take my time. Hold on, sir. Can I finish speaking with Doc? Can I please finish speaking with Doc? Thank you.
Okay.
I try to be perfectly clear every time I speak, And I know every single word that I say because I just don't say anything out my face without really analyzing it before it comes out of my mouth. So like I said before, I don't appreciate.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this because you're inaccurate. You're inaccurate. Let's do this because you're inaccurate. And you come up here and say you study, but at the same time you want to see the title. What does the title say?
Yeah.
What does the title say?
I don't have it in front of me. I don't have it in front of me.
Somebody read the title for me because you're coming up here saying I said something and the title is something that is not.
Okay, can you read that specific title?
FBA caller Tariq Nasheed was sent by God. And
that's
why that's
exactly what that's. Now that was the problem for me because I never said that. Now you understand where I'm coming from?
So let's do this. Let's do this because you know you always have to concede to me, right? It happens every time. I don't know.
I'm gonna concede to you because this is your show, and I do have a great deal of respect for you and a great deal of appreciation for what you do.
I'm saying you all when you come up here and you tell me what you first of all, let's concede again that you said I said the title was title something that is not, right? Did you not?
Now you're playing with semantics. No.
You said that I said
the general point.
You said if you're going to quote a man, hold on, back up. You said if you're going to quote a man, quote him correctly, right? Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. But
so
you're being disingenuous, sir. You're being disingenuous. I'm just because you're playing with semantics. You're playing with semantics.
Hold on.
What you didn't say in the text, sir. What you didn't.
Okay. So look, listen. So he came up here and spoke about specificity. And he said, I said something that I didn't, I titled something a way that I didn't title it. Now he's trying to act like it's just semantics, right? So what I'm saying is, this is where my cousin is saying, Professor Shabazz is saying he begins to wonder if these people are genuine. Okay? And I get what he's saying, right? So let's go here. Let's go here since I'm being disingenuous. Okay? And let's play it. So are you saying that you're not the only one that's identifying Tariq Nasheed as sent by God?
No, sir. Those are just my words as far as that concerned. But as far as the...
All right. That settles that. Did you hear that, cuz?
I heard it, yeah.
Okay. All right. So that's the second thing. Did I not say that to him? And he said, no, those are just my words.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm going to bring him back up and I'm going to give him 1 minute. And then he can talk to the brother because the brother was talking. Is he still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. And he wanted to talk to you and you came up with that. But brother, did you hear what I just played? Brother Robert.
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I thought you were
okay. Did you hear me asking the question about whether or not he's saying Tariq Nasheed is sent by God? He said, I am saying it. Not everybody else will have you.
Yes.
All right. So who's okay? James Hall.
I'm okay. The point and what I was saying was what should have been the answer.
Let's do the concede. Did you concede that that the title matches what we were saying?
I did not hear the beginning of that tape, but I asked it, and I guess you muted me. Do you concede that those words are not my exact words?
Oh man, this guy.
Do you concede that?
I want to know what ancestors he's talking about.
Do I concede that they're not your exact words? I'm not conceding that they're not
all of them.
Words. I'm conceding that you agreed to those words.
Please let me talk.
I did not hear it. In all honesty,
hold on. Let me do it again. Since you can't hear, you make sure you don't tune out this time. Okay. I know how to use technology, but you came up here telling me that I'm saying.
Hold on 1 second. I'm getting a call in the middle of this. I would be getting a call in the middle of this.
That's hard.
I'm saying I'm getting a phone call in the middle.
Okay. All right,
take the
Mr. Harlem,
call.
come back in. All right. So, brother,
Yo,
you got
yo.
something. Harlem, he's dealing with some things over there.
Right. Now, I want to know what ancestors he's talking about, since he's not African.
You know, they use all the African Senate terms and stuff like that. You know, they
I know that's exactly.
They still talking about Africans and I mean ancestors and all that.
Right. I want to know your FBA spiritual system, your FBA language, and like I said, your FBA ancestors. Who are they? Where did they come from?
Okay, so why he gets?
Oh yeah, I noticed that you. I'm sorry to cut you off, but earlier I believe you said that he had revamped his website. He had tweaked it a little bit, made some revisions on it.
Well, he makes some revisions over time, not many since I've been pointing it out.
Because it's just like what Brother Unk pointed out. Those three. What is it? What is it?
The three stars to the flag.
Right. The origin story.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's bogus. The first two are just they don't exist. They're not. It's. I mean, like, how can you begin your lineage off of something that is non-existent? Like, my mind is boggled. Like, what?
You want to hear? Let's do this fear. Let me show you the fear real quick. But I'm just going to do this, and then I'm going to open it up back for the other panelists, because I think I can't hit it enough that there's a doctrine of FBA. People say it's not a doctrine. There's no ideology. I said there's a developing ideology. There's a doctrine, and this is part of the doctrine. The danger of dual allegiances. Historically, there have been two types of half FBA individuals. In a general sense, one, loyalists to their FBA lineage and heritage. Two, anchored tethers, which they don't define much here, who view FBA society as a group to exploit and ultimately replace. I guess that's the definition. FBA, that's all it is. I guess that's the definition. What's the difference between an anchored tether and a tether? I don't know. Well, I guess is it anchored mean that you're half FBA, so you're not a full tether? I mean, they got full tethers too, I guess, right? They got full and half tethers. So it's an anchored tether. So FBA has currently, it says FBA has to currently be skeptical about certain half FBA people who want to act as spokespersons for FBA collectively. If a person has dual allegiances to different ethnic groups and cultures, it is difficult to determine if they will look out for the best interest of FBA. Again, you can't be Pan-Africanist and not have more than dual allegiances. You have the allegiances to all those who you're fighting with. You're not allowing borders and nationality to stop who your allegiance to or determine who your allegiance is with. Even full FBA, who has history of prioritizing groups. So this is going back to your question. Groups, religions, and sexual intersectionality over best interests of foundational Black Americans must be viewed with reservation. So if this is just about ethnic group, if this is just about a ethnonym, why is all this on the website? Like, what does that have to do? Just a general neutral lineage that they're talking about. What does this have to do with just everybody's FBA? So now you telling me we all FBA, and I'm supposed to be okay with this website? I don't get it. Is this what other cultures do? Like you tell me. I don't even understand why it's here, first and foremost. Okay, it goes on to say this. This is part of the doctrine. In almost all Native and Aboriginal societies, when people allow outsiders with dual allegiances to other nations or ethnic groups to act as their representatives, this ultimately caused the decline of their societies. The fear, you see what I'm saying? Fearmongering. This happened in the 16th, and I'll tell you, when you even look these up, you'll see these are very uncomplex, unnuanced, and very flattened ways of looking at history. This happened in the 16th century. So in other words, I'm saying is fugazi. This happened in the 16th century when Portuguese colonizers called Lancados married into royal West African families. Now he's worried about the Africans. The mixed race offsprings from these unions who were elevated to powerful positions often sided with the European side of the lineage to ultimately undermine African society and help facilitate the transatlantic slave trade. What? Now, okay, we got to do something with that part. The mixed race offsprings from these unions who were elevated to powerful positions often sided with the European side of their lineage to ultimately undermine African society and help facilitate the transatlantic slave trade. The same thing happened to the Native American tribes. Look, you got look, poor us, just poor us, our poor. What is the word? Ethnogenesis group out the lineage, poor lineage, because we come from the Africans, the dreaded Africans, and the Indians that we love, the Native Americans. The same. Look, he's talking about Native Americans now. What happened? He was talking about Aboriginals earlier. I don't know what he's talking about. The same thing happened to many Native American tribes who allowed European colonizers to intermarry into their groups to become representatives for them. This was the beginning of the decline of their societies. Fearmongering. In modern times, so now we're talking about white people who marry, even if it's some smidgen of truth there, you're comparing white people that marry African people to Africans and Africans. This coming together. I mean, it's a flattening of history. Okay. In modern times, the white establishment deliberately elevates non-FBA or anchored tethers to act as spokespersons and leaders for foundational Black Americans. Who are these people? And the results of, Barack Obama? And the results of this practice has been devastating for FBA. You think the white ones were doing better? I don't know. I mean, is it Barack Obama or was the white person before him? Or the white person after him? Did they do better? I don't know. For this reason, foundational Black Americans should only consider other qualified full. All of that to go ahead and say foundational Black Americans should only consider other full FBA representatives to act as spokespersons for collective interests of the ethnic group. See how many turns that took? Like, who wrote that? Like who wrote that? Like it's very unclear, intertwined, and very clouded for it. Say it again. Somebody say ambiguous.
Yeah, that's me. Right.
It's intentionally created that way to confuse the F out of you. So as you can say, he never said any. He did say that some of them, but then closes out like this. He says, well, maybe some can be, but then he closes out and says, for this reason, foundational Black. This is the mic drop. You hear me? This is the last statement he says, which will be lasting in your mind. For this reason, foundational Black Americans should only consider, let me go back, only consider other qualified full FBA representatives to act as spokespersons for the collective interests of the ethnic group. Woo! You're talking with a forked tongue. You're talking out two sides of the same mouth. You say, I didn't say that, but then you close out and say, only. Look at this. Maybe he just doesn't know how to write. Maybe he doesn't know how to write. I don't know. Maybe he needs to get Grammarly or Chat GPT to help him out. All it takes is like, can you make this clear for me? Is there any inconsistencies here? You know, it's so much. Cause please do, please go.
No, you're right. I'm like, at the very, I mean, AI would have just been like, oh, before you go publishing this, there are some things that need to be straightened out, ironed out. I just don't have words. Again, I just keep coming to this whole thing. As long as I can say this, if you know, Clarence Thomas is a full FBA. Period. End of story. Just Clarence Thomas. So he fits everything that man wants, and so he can always speak and act and represent on behalf of the entire ethnic group, the entire lineage. And what's that going to get you? It's not going to get you reparations, because Clarence Thomas said we don't deserve it. We don't. It's not owed. It would be illegal to give it. He would not support it in any way. But Clarence Thomas is the complete package for the FBA definition.
Yeah. So yeah, that's.
Did Harlem come back yet?
No, hold on. Let me see, because he might be down the bottom. Let's see. Yeah, he's here. He's here. Okay,
here. Cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring him. I'm gonna bring him up. So,
he can elaborate
all right, so y'all can
a
talk.
little more.
Brother Harlem, and brother, where you at? Brother Robert. Y'all can have y'all talk.
Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, cool. So, who are your ancestors? Since you're not African.
When I speak of the ancestors, I speak from an indigenous point. That means that Black people were here from the land. Now, can you let me speak? Thank you. Now those are the ancestors.
That's not.
In general, sir, you gotta let me finish talking, sir. You gotta let me finish talking, sir. Come on, man. You gave me 3 seconds and now you want to cut me off. Well, then just listen. Just listen to me, okay? That's all you gotta do. I'll make sure I be clear.
My question.
I'm trying, but you're not letting me, bro. You trying to talk over me, man. That's not cool,
right,
bro.
Sorry.
Just let me finish talking. I'm gonna let you talk. All right. Indigenous. I believe that Black people were here from, let's say, eons of times ago. We may have all originated from Africa, because I say that because the exact center of the earth is where the Great Pyramid of Giza is. So, taking that into consideration, that we knew just hundreds of thousands of years of technology in order for them to even get to that point, because it only travels over the center of the earth every 50 years, every 50 years. I concede to you, Doc. Doc, first of all, I concede.
Let him finish.
Harlem, I just wanted you to make it more concise and land your plane, because we got other people, and I also want them to follow those rules. So I want to set it over again, because I did allow you to go a little too much. And so, my dear brother,
I really appreciate you.
So if you can say something back to him, and then whatever, we just want to keep it in.
We're supposed to be having an exchange.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. So, very briefly, Doc, I do concede. Yes, sir. My apologies, Doc. I could see that I might have said that God sent to Tariq Nasheed with the term foundational Black American. Okay, that was being quite rambunctious. And I also, when I say the ancestors, when I say the ancestors, I mean my great-great-grandfather lives with me. My great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. These are the ancestors that I'm speaking of in general. But I do believe we are indigenous to this earth or this hemisphere when I say ancestors.
Okay, so my dear brother, Robert, you got anything in response?
Yeah, well, it's been proven scientifically we're not indigenous to the Americas. It's been proven scientifically that human beings, autonomically modern man, comes out of Africa over 200,000 years ago. It has been scientifically proven that the Americas are the very last place for human occupation. So those people 100% could not be black. After
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
Who is these scientific people that's giving you this information? And why do you believe that it's so accurate and pinpoint and that we should use?
Well, we have various sciences such as biology, anthropology, archaeology, paleontology. You have the study of the earth, rocks. I can't think of that terminology right now off the top of my head.
In particular,
I just gave you about 5.
No, you gave me
sciences.
different categories, right? But I'm talking about who were the scientists that said that, the information that you specifically spoke of. I understand those.
It's a body of scientists, and this is something that has been studied throughout the years. It's not one particular scientist, and it's not one particular people. You have European scientists, you have Asiatic Asian scientists, you have African scientists, you have American scientists, and they all get together and they compare their data.
Mm-hmm.
Understand, but you have to understand that they were also scientists that said that we were less than human. Hitler had scientists that said all kinds of derogatory things about black people in general. So that's why I specifically asked you who were the scientists that you're getting your information from in particular.
So science corrects itself. So within that, those pseudo-scientific claims were debunked by other scientists.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds like, you playing a game of basketball and I fouled you. No, you ain't fouled me. I fouled you. No, you ain't fouled me. I mean, that's what it really sounded like.
Let me say this.
So you want to hear Darwin? You want to hear specific names, particular names?
No, it doesn't matter.
I'm saying is,
I gave you different sciences.
Let me jump in it. That doesn't matter. Any name that you give him is not going to be enough. Okay.
Not fair, Doc. You can't speak for me.
This is my conceptualization. I could be wrong. Because, okay, thank you. So,
let me ask one question.
Hold on. Let me finish. So, the point is he's operating from a place of fear. And why do I say that? He's operating from a place of fear because he then goes into how science has been utilized and weaponized against us, which is understandable. However, that right there is indicative and or highlights the reason why, or it even supports or keeps new information from coming in that seems threatening. So instead of considering, this is what you said, brother. You said that.
Bro, I never said I was afraid. I asked the brother.
No, I'm conceptualizing. I'm conceptualizing.
If I was afraid, I'm saying if I was afraid, I wouldn't have asked them for the information. I wouldn't have wanted to hear it.
But your response was that how am I supposed to believe them? Science has been weaponized against us.
He said nothing that I said, right?
Now, what my dear brother is saying is something greater than the questions you're asking. Because you're asking for one person who's saying a thing. And what he is really saying, what he is saying is a scientific consensus.
Thank you.
What you're saying is some ragtag one person over here said or that person said.
No, he wanted to hear me say Darwin, theory of evolution. He wants to deal with that. Y'all believe we came from monkeys? See that he wants to go down that.
Well, let's not. I don't even want to go down that.
I mean,
I know, but that's
both of you are wrong because you're trying to talk for me, so that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
you
but
trying to
talk to me.
Could you address what I said though?
He can't address it, bro.
Okay, can you repeat what you said so I can make sure I'll be clear? I have no problem.
I said the sciences. Okay, first of all, I said that you're 100% wrong on our origin being here in America because all the sciences that I named have proven that autonomically modern human beings come out of Africa over 200,000 years ago, and the Americas is the last place of human occupation. Therefore, those people that came across the Bering Straits are not black people. It's impossible.
Okay,
After hundreds of thousands of years being away from Africa, it's impossible.
I never said that we did not originate in Africa. What I said is I believe we originated in Africa because the exact center of the earth is where the Great Pyramid of Giza is. And in order to know the exact...
That's 100% wrong. You're making claims that you can't prove science. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Where do you get that from? The center of the earth, the pyramids?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this, y'all, because this is going on.
The total land mass. If you put if you put all the land together.
Hold up.
Yeah, you ain't know. Now you know.
I'm going to take y'all off because I asked the others to come on topic, and I do get this. This was a good example, and my brother came on because you called them out, but it has nothing to do with this topic tonight. It does in a sense because we have FBA Ghana, but my cousin, Professor Shabazz, said he really wanted to hear more about the protests.
Yeah,
so
me too.
Okay. So I do have Golden State and Sister Tika up. If you two have something to bring to the conversation, please, y'all professionals, y'all family at this point. Let's just try to keep it on the somewhere in that realm of what we talked about today, not, and please don't respond to what just happened. I don't want y'all to go there, please.
No, actually, we want to talk about this subject right here. This is what we spoke about Wednesday. And Tika can go ahead and go first. Ladies first. Let Tika go first.
Yeah. As you know, I'm on TikTok, and I want to tell you that one of the people that's in that
Tika,
video.
Hold on, Tika. You gonna say hi to a brother? And Golden State, you want to say hi to a brother? I know you passed it on to the sister, but I know. But you gonna say, Tika, let's go. You're in war mode already. Look.
No, I'm trying to adhere to the rules that were set. You said you wanted clear and concise, and I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
You Jamaican, you know how to say wagwan quick.
Mm-hmm. But in the way I run put me in and I run put me to them, you're all right. Man, you're all right. Man, you're cool.
I can't do the sucking teeth thing. Okay, go ahead, Sister Tika. Blessings.
Okay, blessings. I'm sorry to be honest. I think you guys are not understanding that these people are radicalized now, and I'll tell you why. One of the persons that's in that video, made a direct threat to the president of Ghana. Right. I don't have the recording. I wish I did. I'm trying to look through my TikTok live now because I had a live on the 27th, which was yesterday. And a good friend of mine that's on the app came up. I've encountered, I'm not going to say his name on here because I don't want to give him no shine, but he directly threatened the president of Ghana, said that, he's rich, so he's safe, but what about the citizens of his country that are already here walking around? How safe are they? Then he proceeded to threaten anybody that was of Caribbean or African descent. There's videos of them going around New York, literally looking out for people, listening out for people with accents, and jumping in front of them like, yo, do you know FBA built America, right? And talking to people who are clearly immigrants who may not understand English as much and harassing them. He's also one of the people who desecrated the burial ground, the African burial site. And tonight I've learned that they're also hooked up with FWA, which is Foundational White Americans. I'm being very serious when I say this. This is an arm of, this is the alt-right arm of for Black supremacy. I think this is the Black version of whitey supremacy, because white people can't come into a Black neighborhood and openly harass Black immigrants. The optics aren't good and they would get their ass beat right off jump. But Black people can harass other Black people. We do it all the time. So if you are a white supremacist, this would be your way in the door. And now they're really threatening people. One person came on a live and said that he had actually shot. Sorry, I feel like I'm on TikTok, but shot a random African. You got people in Houston saying they're ready to get busy.
So
another one said that they were going to use chloroform, knock out one of the live hosts. Every time you call me an African, I'm gonna make sure you wake up somewhere, and every time you try to call me African, I'm gonna cut off a finger. These are the people that we're dealing with now. This is not. I know that within this sphere, everybody is like, oh, they just confused and they hurt and they this and they that, and I get it. The vast majority of people are. But, thoughts turn to words, words turn to actions. And we're in the action phase.
Can you bring
I know that you were going to tell me to land my plane. And I saw that other people were, speaking ad nauseum. I know that this topic is something that you don't really.
No.
Yeah.
I want to have a conversation with you. If you notice, I had look, Atika, I don't appreciate you continue doing that. I want to have a conversation with you. And I did cut in on them various times. I don't really like you doing that. I feel real disrespected by that.
Well, I'm sorry you feel disrespected. I didn't really mean.
I really don't like you characterize me in that way, because I do understand that it's radicalized. I said that today. You don't know. You are an assumption that I didn't just say that today. I said that this guy's gonna have these people out. They are crazy. They will do things. He's gonna have people out there doing things to people. And it's not everybody. I agree, it's not everybody. But yeah, when you have psyoptics on people's mind, people will do things because they feel they're under threat. You are not telling me nothing. I understand people are crazy. What I don't like, and I asked you not to do it before you called up. Don't come here. I cut everybody off, but and I tried to organize it. I'm asking you so we can have a conversation. No,
but there's no. Listen, I didn't. Like I said, this is just the way I speak.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, don't you characterize me like that.
I didn't characterize you.
I know you don't want to talk about this. You did all this, and you're gonna cut me off and other people. And I didn't. What I did with them, I did with you. I cut in on all their conversations. It's a conversation. It's called. The way you speak is just, I don't like it. The way you try to characterize people. Me specifically.
You want me to leave?
Huh?
Do you want me to leave?
I'm not saying you want to leave, but I'm telling you not to do that.
And I'm being, and I like for us to be respectful too. I don't
That's
like
what I'm
being
asking you
yelled
to be respectful to me. Don't
Yeah, but
mischaracterize me like that.
Yeah, I'm not mischaracterizing you. And if you felt that way, I'm sorry, but I don't
That's
appreciate.
not the apology. Keep talking. I told the brother last week.
Dr. Asar, I'm 46 years old. I don't want for you to yell at me like I'm a child.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm speaking like telling. Don't do that to me.
Yeah, but you're yelling at me now.
I'm yelling. Okay, I'm yelling. Okay, you don't know what yelling is. This is what I'm talking about. All right, Sister Tika. Next.
Okay, I would just say I'm gonna be very brief, right? Yeah, I agree that this is very, very problematic. These people are definitely moving in the direction of trying to assault and harm Black immigrants. These people are definitely becoming more radicalized every day. They stay on social media all day, and the algorithm getting fed videos of quote unquote some, not the majority, not even 1%, less than a speckle of 1% of Black people who aren't Black American saying something negative to them. And that's all they want to hear. And when they hear that, that just confirms their bias. And because of that, they've been told that they're also getting fed that Africans, Afro-Caribbeans, and Afro-Latinos are here trying to take their jobs, trying to replace them because they believe in the replacement theory. So because of that, now they feel like they're justified in their violent actions. And for them, they feel like now this is self-preservation. And this is why it's dangerous.
Yeah, it's dangerous. And that's why I'm speaking on it.
Yo, Dennis, this is Rob. I want to ask you a question. Sorry to
Go
cut
ahead.
in. I wanted to ask the Harlem guy, has he done any kind of or the people that like Tariq Nasheed, that have they done any investigation into his personal life, in his history, like who he really is, and the fact that Tariq Nasheed is not his real name? Like, I'm just not clear on that. They just
Can I answer that, Doc?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, ask Doc. Doc, can I answer that?
Oh, who's that?
Harlem.
Oh, yeah, you can answer that.
I don't know his past as well as he knows his past. I have a past. The point is, if God forbid that brother was to die today or tomorrow, foundational Black Americans will live on. That term, we will aim to adapt that term to describe us as the
He
people
didn't create that
who
term.
were
You do know
slaves.
that, right? Wait, I'm sorry. He didn't create the term.
I know that he got his inspiration from Dr. Claude Anderson, who I love. And
okay, but you just said that without Tariq Nasheed, we wouldn't have that term.
I don't know of anyone who created the term before him, and if they did, they did not make it known.
Did.
No, sir. I said he has he got his inspiration for that term from Claude Anderson, who called us indigenous. Who called us indigenous?
Those exact words. Foundational.
Well,
Black
okay.
American.
I never heard Claude, and I listened to several of his speeches, but I never heard him say that. However, I know that Tariq Nasheed has made it more viable to most of us. He's made it more known for us to accept it, and he goes into a more clear definition if anyone else said it before him. But that term, with or without him, will move on.
Well, I mean, that's your speculation, but at the end of the day, I mean, the question was, what was your question, dear brother?
My question to him was, have you done any investigation into Tariq Nasheed's history? Who he is as his name is not even Tariq Nasheed. I mean, does it even
I know his.
It's only a real. It's only. I don't want to get stuck here. So what I'm saying is it yes or no, brother
Yes.
Harlem? Have you done research on his name, his real name?
No.
Okay, that's it. So,
but as far as his past, yes.
Okay, cool. So
I won't respond.
All right, so we got. Say it again.
I won't respond to that.
You say you want to, or you won't?
No, I said I won't. I'll let the show move forward.
Cool. All right. So somebody Nappy, where you calling from? Nappy. All right, Nappy don't have anything. All right, I'm gonna try Sister Tika again. Sister Tika.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you put me backstage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Because we want to talk on the topic, not to come up here and continue to say, I'm this and you're doing this to me and that you're doing that to me. We're going to talk about the topic. I just want us to talk about the topic.
The topic is what I want to speak about then. The topic is that we have a situation where these group of people have become radicalized.
Mm-hmm.
I have family that are people with accents. My mother being one of them. She's in her 70s.
Mm-hmm.
My fear is that these people are going to harm people like my mother.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And that's a real possibility. With the issues of socioeconomic downturn, radicalization is always something that happens at an alarming rate. And it is to the point where people, immigrant communities, especially people like myself that are on TikTok or content creators, we are extremely concerned. And we are literally contacting all of my state senators. I'm contacting the Caribbean American Association. I'm contacting people that I know in government. I'm going to contact the FBI, CIA, all of that. Because this is a hate group.
Mm-hmm. It's nothing you saying that I don't agree with.
It should be treated as such.
It's nothing you saying that I don't agree. I don't know how long you was. Was you on at the beginning, Sister Tika?
No, I was not. And if you had given me the opportunity to speak, I would have told you.
Hold up. Again, Tika. See, you can't help yourself. I want to know if y'all really understand what I'm trying to get her not to do. Or am I just missing it? Like, because that's not what we need to do. You keep coming here trying to character, huh? Say it again.
It's just the constant crying and complaining. We know this already. We know that, like, they're radical and they're going to harm.
No. I mean, I think she's making a great point. But why does she have? I asked her a question. No, let me break this down because for people can understand what I'm saying here. Hold up. Does anybody understand what I'm saying? What Sister Tika is doing? So I won't be the one to say it.
I'm saying if you're that fearful, go to the police. God damn it!
No, not you, Robert. You ain't doing it. Sister Tika can't look. So I asked Sister Tika, was she on at the beginning of the live? And she goes on, if you would just let me talk from the beginning, that didn't have anything to do with my question. That again was a characterization.
Even though Tika doesn't like me, I like her, and she's a woman.
I don't know if she don't like you.
She's very sensitive. She's a very sensitive person.
I'm just saying that I'm asking her not to do that part. Like, why you keep?
And I understand what you're saying.
I asked the question.
Fear-mongering, bro. With that fear-mongering, I'm afraid.
It is some fear that coming
Doc,
from.
You look like you're gonna tackle somebody, man. Look at you, Doc. All you need is the helmet. So
No. There are people. She has within reason to have fear. Now, I do think that, I mean, the reality is, similarly, I'm situated in a way that I'm a red flag. I mean, I'm a flag to FBA. It's not easy. I mean, it's not easy to see that this is an immigrant. Like, we got Pan-African stuff, Jamaican stuff, all types of things, flags and everything flying around here. But what I'm saying is, there's no need to continuously come on. Oh, you did this and you did that. Why are you doing that to me? Like, you trying to paint this picture that's not there. I asked you a question, and the question was, were you on at the beginning? Because we were speaking about, I was trying to have a conversation with her, and then she wanted to go and now throw it back at me like, see, if you would have just let me do what? That my question is, if you weren't on in the beginning, we were talking about calling FBA a hate group, calling FBA a cult, calling FBA all these things specifically because they are. And I don't, and the thing is, she can't help herself, and I appreciate it. Maybe that's coming out of fear. But you don't need to try to characterize me while we're having the conversation. You do it every time. You can't help yourself. You guys don't understand. You guys, or you don't want to talk about this part. Like, what are you talking about? We've already talked about it, and I will continue to talk about it. Why do you have to keep saying what I'm like mischaracterizing me? You cutting me off, but you didn't do that. I cut all of these people off.
I just didn't appreciate the way she tried to frame her narrative, like all of a sudden all immigrant Americans, black or are going to be under some kind of threat from.
I don't think
FBA.
she said all.
Like,
hold on, you said all immigrants going to be under threat?
The way she was trying to frame her, yeah.
Well, I don't know if she said
that. I don't think she was doing that. No, what she was saying
that's
is
what I took from
a radical group of FBAs, and they are going to do things to people. They are going to break the law. They are going to harm.
And guess what? They're going to end up in jail for hate crimes. There's laws against that. I mean, that's what the police.
That will more than likely be the end result of their behavior, but that still doesn't, that doesn't mean, for one, that doesn't mean that the people who get hurt by that aren't going, they're still going to suffer. That's still going to be something that's very real for people to have to deal with. And those fools that do that, the American judicial system will show them exactly how foundational they are behind bars.
Exactly.
And then what's really ironic is, once certain things happen in a certain way, what's gonna be the real egg on their face is there will be a crime bill. There will be an anti-black immigrant crime bill.
Yep.
To make sure that the FBA crowd gets the message, and then the FBA crowd is going to bend over backwards again, crying and screaming that we don't get the legislation that we asked for, and everybody else does.
Everybody's
this is projection. This is projection and speculation, and it's really unfair. You got a minute people that do anything. You got minute people. You got. I understand, but it's still projection. What I'm saying is this:
it's not projection. It's something to consider. She gave you actual details of events that's taking place. What do you mean?
I was speaking about.
She's concerned about her mother.
I was speaking about the two gentlemen who just spoke, saying that, fire is going to come, volcanoes is going to explode. Tika, understand? Yeah. What I'm saying is this: I live around Africans. I see them all day, and nobody mess with them. They get treated just like everybody else. You're going to always have very small pockets of people who are going to be extremists. But to say that you guys are framing it as though anyone who's FBA is going to up and get a machine gun and run up into the African Center. It's ridiculous.
What happened? What did he say? I'm sorry, I was reading this post. I think you.
He said they're gonna make people. I don't know.
No, look. I mean,
okay. I'll say it again.
Farther than what she said.
I'll say it again. I was speaking in particular about the two gentlemen And the way that they were framing what's going to happen was complete speculation and it was conjecture.
What did they say is gonna happen?
The law is not
They
speculation.
said that the bomb is going to go off and the FBA is going to be riding into it's time for it to hit and then they're going to jump
Nobody
off.
said that. Who said that?
That's how it sounded. That's how it sounded to
Hold
me.
on.
As a
You
foundation
talking
of
about
Black American.
We said that.
You talking about us here on the panel?
No, I
you
know,
on the panel was saying what we're going to
Right.
do, and I said that small pockets of people might have extreme ideologies towards Africans or
Okay, I
immigrants.
think I'm done
Very
because
small,
tonight
very
this
small
conversation,
numbers.
it's been wild, and I tried with Sister Tiga, and I don't think she can come back on here. Like every time, I can show you every like videos from from last week and this week where every time she comes on, she's saying these like just talk the talk. Like you don't have to respond.
Yeah.
Like trying to and some people saying it's not that serious. It's really serious when people try to characterize things. It's passive aggressive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I was trying to, I was trying to follow. I'm trying to lean into what she was saying without some of the other, like she was couching it. The couching was problematic. I was just trying to bypass that and lean into.
I know, but it's about me though. That's the couching.
But that's why I was like, I'm not like I'm gonna let you know. I chill out and let you defend yourself.
I know you don't like why you come like go to Tariq Nasheed platform and do that. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why?
Yo, the way she framed it, it was like the second coming of the Ku Klux Klan. That's the way I took it.
Well, I mean,
good God.
I think that both sides. I think both sides. And see how I keep cutting in on y'all when y'all say this. She would say that I didn't do this to y'all. So
it's your show. You can cut in. I mean,
so basically, I'm not saying that she's saying I can see how I felt that way when you hear her articulate this, and I think there is a hyper state of alert with her, and I understand why. But also, I do understand why you all feel like maybe it was a little dramatized, but at the same time, she also said what she also said was she's not saying most of them.
Right.
Now I'll be fair to her. I mean, she want to come in and every time take a punch at me. I don't know why. You know what I mean? I don't know why. So Nappy, let's see if Nappy got something.
But she made it very personal when she said,
"Can you hear me?
Fear that they're going to do something to my mother."
You can hear me now.
Serious?
And I respect that, like because, like for example,
then go to your local police. What are you talking about?
The police is not always been our best friend, brother. Come on.
If you feel in that way, if you feeling that threatened, go to the authorities.
No,
go to the FBI.
But no, the police ain't going. The police ain't going.
Talking about.
She did. Hold on, no. She did. Hold on, Mr. Robert. She did say that she has and she will go to all of them.
Okay, then that's fine.
So that doesn't mean that you still ain't scared.
Yeah, but I don't need to hear. Just do it.
No, it's a real. She said I don't want to have the conversation, but I think it is a valid conversation to have.
Right. Like there's no I'm not understanding Robert's proclamation that he doesn't want to hear it or he doesn't need to hear it when this is, I mean, quite frankly, it is almost the logical extension of what FBA is about. You can't spit this much vitriol and hate and then say, but it's never gonna spill out into physical harm. Like
it will.
Even when like even the protests, when you look and the protest, just that one little clip that we looked at, and you can hear the energy, the unhinged, almost the shriek and shrill of their voices as they're yelling. When you get to that stage, and the next stage is physical enactment.
Yeah. Yo, so you can hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Yeah, well, a couple of things. I'll try to make the points brief.
What's your name and where you calling from?
I'm calling
peace and blessings.
Peace. I'm calling from Long Island, New York.
Oh, we got all the New York folk up in here tonight.
Yeah. Look, there's a reason why Tariq keeps stressing, I'm not the leader. I'm not the leader. I'm not the leader. because of this. Because when the inevitable, and I'm just gonna say offing happens, because that it's gonna get to that, then he can just say, well, look, I've always said I wasn't a leader of this. So yeah, that one thing. Also in New York, I know you were watching it and you saw the girl with the big hair. Well, you know, she actually has a presence here on YouTube with a couple of other people. And one of those people, and you had mentioned that you heard them started to blast Biggie. Well, one of those people on that platform happens to be a guy by the name of C. Gutter. Now, if you are a rap fan, not going to repeat the lyrics, but you know, Biggie had some pretty rough lyrics, and it's on the What's Beef song. So C. Gutter happens to be one of Biggie's best friends, right? And you can see them on. They actually had a show with your boy Kaba, spouting the FBA rhetoric. And, you know, again, I don't want to mention other shows in your platform, but the untold truth about Black Americans, it's just, like, you would think, because FBA, let's face it, they're a very colorist organization. They attack people who are darker and everything. And you would think that this guy who knew Biggie, a dark-skinned Jamaican, the mother's a dark-skinned Jamaican, his daughter's dark-skinned, you've seen the rhetoric online, and you're latching on to this. And the girl with the big hair, her name is Bruck, all right? Spelled B-R-E-U-C-K. That's one, Kaba is one of her quote-unquote master teachers.
Hold on, you said the person with the big hair, you mean the blonde hair?
No, the black, the dark hair.
The dark hair.
I'll put a link. I'll put a link in your private chat.
Are you talking about? I know you said C Gutter. I know brother Ted, and then you got C Gutter, and then you got the other sister to be with.
It's called the OG Wisdom
Podcast. Yeah, I know Ted really well. Are you talking about the sister to be with them?
Yes. The one you just saw her. You just saw her at the protest.
Yeah, I found her. I found at least one of her YouTube pages. So I see her with the big hair.
Yeah, her name is B-R-E-U-C-K.
Yeah,
she'll come out. B-R-E-U-C-K.
B-R-E-U-C-K. I'll put it in the back.
So what are you saying about that? What's your point?
The point is that Kaba, you know, you have mentioned they're crazy. Well, Kaba is one of their master teachers. He's the one who's been pushing that, you know. And I know that some of these guys are your friends, but listen, man. I mean, what's her name? Dr. Mayot. She said it herself, because I had confronted her on her podcast, on her show, and you were there. You were actually there, when people were coming at her for being in Hidden Colors. She was like, yo, I got bills to pay, I got money. Like, from what I understand,
I don't think she said that. I ain't never heard her say nothing like she got no bills to pay.
No, she said she has bills to pay. She said it right there on the show.
Not with me, not.
No, sir. She said it on the show when I confronted her.
You said I was right there.
You were in the chat.
I was in the chat, and Dr. Mayat said, "Come on now,
no." So here's what I'll do. All right.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't. I'm not saying I agree with everything with the whole FBA thing, but no, I ain't never heard.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
She down with FBA because she got bills to pay.
Sir, here's what I'll do. All right,
because not down with FBA.
Sir, here's what I'll do. I'll put a link in the chat, and I'll put the position of where she said that. All right.
Okay.
It was right there. Again, I had confronted her, and even Tariq was like, and again, Haven Bullish, shout out to him. He plays his stuff on the show and everything. And Tariq was like, yeah, Dr. Mayot be telling me, nah, it's not me. I don't, I didn't see anything like that. Like, in other words, she goes back to Tariq. So
No, that's
that
not right, bro. Dr. Ma's not here to defend herself, bro.
she's
Don't do
not,
that, man.
but no,
Don't do
sir,
that, bro.
sir, listen, hold
Nah.
on. Nah, you
Nah,
listen,
you
you
wrong,
listen,
bro.
you
You wrong.
listen, sir. Tariq said this.
Tariq said what?
Tariq, sir,
bro.
let me do this. Why don't I do this?
Nah, bro.
Why don't I get sir? Hold
You
on.
putting
No,
words in her
she's
mouth, bro.
no,
She's
I'm not
very
putting
well
words.
capable of
I'm not
defending
putting
herself.
words.
Look,
I'm not
if you
putting
got
the
a
words in her
video,
mouth.
send us. If you got a video, send us the link. We
I'll
can put
get
it
the
in the.
link.
We
I will
can
get.
put it
I
in the
will get
thing.
the link.
I can almost be. I'm almost 100%
That don't
sure.
sound like nothing like her.
I'm
I'm
almost
not saying she didn't say all that.
Wait, sir. Ask yourself why she's still linked with Tariq. If that don't
That's her
sound nothing
business,
like her.
but I'm saying that's her business.
Okay,
No,
let me.
She's
Here's
a
what I'll do.
grown-
Here's what I'll do. I will get the link.
Yo,
I
you
will hold
fight
on.
hard for
I will
African
get
people,
the
bro.
link.
You bugging out,
Sir, hold on. I'll get the link. I
Okay,
will
get
get
the
the
link.
link.
She
Go get the
fights
link.
hard
I'll
for
get the
African
link,
people,
and
bro.
I.
Go get the link.
Okay, fine. I'll get the link, and I will timestamp it. How's that? If for some reason I don't timestamp it, if you leave before, because it's been
Let me
4
ask you a
hours,
question. What are you timestamping?
We about to go, but yeah, I think
I'll hold on. I'll timestamp it.
I don't want nobody else to get feeling, but you done your thing. I'm not stopping you because of this. I don't believe it's you. I believe when you go back.
I will get the link. I'll timestamp it.
I believe when you go back, you're gonna find out that something else was said differently.
Okay. I'll get the link.
Just saying, I know Dr. Mayot, so I can't imagine her.
That's cool.
I know it doesn't add up. Like, you may have thought that she said that. I'm almost 100% sure she did.
I'll timestamp it, but I'll just say this about
of generating her own income. She don't need no Tariq Nasheed money, bro.
Right. I hear you. The bottom line.
I agree with that too, though. I agree with that. She does.
Okay.
I mean, I'm
that's
saying
fine.
I know her. You know what I mean?
That's fine.
I'm coming from a place of knowing her. Yeah.
That's fine. Listen, Taharka Bey knew her too, and he poured out all the information on her as well.
We go let
that's fine. Listen, let me say this. Let me say this, because this whole FBA thing, it's like a mental health.
Hold up. All right, bro. We're gonna let you go. And you send us the link though. Put in the chat.
I'll get the link. I'll get the link. And if I don't
I'm gonna let you go now, okay?
No problem. No problem.
Peace, brother. Thanks for calling in, though.
Peace.
I swear to God, I'm trying my best not to scream and curse.
All right, no cursing, no screaming. Look, only person I guess I was screaming. They said, hey, brother, because I don't like those. I don't like
those things on the screen.
Yeah.
I don't like the fact that he mischaracterizing Dr. Mahat, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah, she good though. No, don't get too upset. Dr. Mahat's a big girl. I know
that's what I'm saying. She can handle herself. She's more than well capable of handling herself.
She
definitely don't need me as a mouthpiece. So I do know that.
Now, Dr. Mahat's a big girl, just like Tariq Nasheed says some stuff about me indirectly, but directly. We can handle ourselves. And so cuz you got something let me see who else is on here. Cuz I'm gonna just let you close it out, man. I'm gonna stop doing calls because look, because man, I mean, and I understand. I think, be honest with you, I think much of what Sister Tika's dealing with is fear. And I think maybe that fear has her like in this offensive position in the sense, which is offensive. And maybe she can't tell it's offensive. Like, and maybe some people might not even pick up on the subtleties of her characterization of me. I mean, I know how people use words and things and how they trying to paint pictures and narratives.
Right.
Now, I'm very clear on that. And that's not she don't need to paint those narratives of me. I think she's been in that fight. She says she's over there on TikTok and they doing the thing and they in the trenches and she's like, she seems to be very hyper charged, and then she doesn't realize when she start talking, she'll say it and she'll say it over again. And then she'll keep saying it. Oh, like she goes and she keep going. And I say, well, I know you're about to make me land my plan, but why you have to fight with me? I didn't ask other people to land their plane. you know, like it's like I get it. I'm not your enemy though. You know, I mean, and I let you back on 2 times. I let you back on 2 times. The third time you said, okay, I'm going to just talk about the thing. And I let her rock off again. And she said the same thing again. She didn't add any new information. I just let her rock off because I wanted her to feel heard. And she did go into some deeper stuff about why she's fearful. I appreciate that. But again, she has to, like, she's operating similarly to a FBA.
Yeah. She's
Yes.
Because now she's
you her God, Doc. You her God.
No, brother, stop.
No.
She didn't. You said that. You said that, Mr. I'm putting you back in the back. Yes. You look, Mr. Harlem. Don't look. You said don't let people put words in. Don't put words in your mouth. You came up here coming at me, Mr. Harlem, talking about don't put words in your mouth. And then I show you, and then you put words in my mouth, and then you say, "Well, I ain't say that." Then I show you where you agreed to it, and then now you putting words in the sister's mouth. I'm certain she don't see me as her God because she come up here beating up on this girl indirectly. She good at it. She good at it, and I can sense it. Look, I work with people who are passive aggressive and teach them how to not be aggressive like that. That's a very aggressive tactic that she uses. And again, that's coming out as a passive aggressive tactic. Oh, it's the first thing she come out. I know you guys don't think that, like, what is all that for? Just tell us what you got. And then you go on and
got a question.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, Robert. I get to cut you off. You can't cut me. Hey, Sister Tika would get me if I said that to her. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, Sister Tika, I do wish you the best, sister. I'm just being honest with you. And I just can't look. I have a lack of patience for people trying to mischaracterize me. I'm not gonna sit there and play partner. Not too long. I let you take a few slaps. It started last week. I mean, it probably started before that, but I noticed it on Wednesday, and then here you go again. And I don't want we don't need to be at war with one another. And if you operate out of a place of fear, I would suggest you get that together. And maybe there might need to be a break from these internet streets. You came on and you was concerned about me one time. And you said, look, Doc, don't you go up in those spaces and let people do that to you because it will take a lot out of you. I'm suggesting you might need to take a somewhat of a break off of these internet social media streets, because I understand why some of the brothers think that maybe she's a little bit hyper vigilant at this point. You know, in other words, meaning that it doesn't mean a thing can't happen, but how likely is it to happen? Like my wife downstairs with a Jamaican flag. My son's down, like all that downstairs. Like what I'm saying is I understand the potential of these things. You understand what I'm trying to say? But I think we have to pull it in and also walk around with a sense of security because it's real. I think what she's saying we have to take in consideration. But yeah, I can't deal with the passive aggressiveness. Brother Shabazz, Professor Shabazz. I think I'm done with this one. You go ahead and close us on out, pretty brother sir.
Let me see. As a closeout, I mean, I don't know that I have anything. There was so much back and forth. The people at that protest showed their ass. The people at that protest are an embarrassment to anybody that considers themselves African American, Black American. Honestly, even if you're a foundational Black American, you should have been embarrassed with the way they behaved. The fact that they could only get 10 to 15 people out there. The fact that, even as a movement, they have no goals. They say they have goals. They can't articulate the goals. They didn't shut down anything if the goal was to shut down something. And then they say, well, they didn't want to shut something down. They just wanted to show up. It's just a whole lot of ass backwardness. And I mean, so it's just, I share I share Sister Tika's concern about the physical conflict. I haven't been in those TikTok spaces, but I deliberately avoid some of those TikTok spaces. When they do pop up, I'll listen for 30 seconds to a minute, and I have heard very strong, agitated, unhinged voices. And like I said, just like I said about the people at that protest, there's a level of unhingedness, there's a level of cringe when you hear it in people's voices, because I've heard it in white supremacists, and that's why it I can recognize it. I've heard it in white supremacists. There is a level of vitriol in the voice that it will turn, it will eventually turn into something physically violent. So I share her concern, but that's all I got. That's all I got. To Kevin, Mr. K, I don't think we're gonna have time to play that other video tonight, but I will play it on my next. I'll play it on the next live, and discuss it. Whew. So to anybody else that was saying that, pause, New York, Kevin, Mr. K, I didn't have it. Now that I got it, I can work on it, and we can chop it up again later.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it. I would say, family, me and Brother Shabazz, Professor Shabazz, appreciate you all sticking in. I appreciate Professor Shabazz joining me and me joining him, I guess, that type of thing. If you're not already following Brother Professor Shabazz on his platform, please do. He has some of the greatest breakdowns of information and family. I mean, I'll be remiss, man, and I'll be very remiss if I didn't share again that I teach people boundaries. I do. I teach people boundaries. I teach people assertiveness. And assertiveness is when you share with people your boundary. And I'm saying this today because I want us to learn like you can set boundaries. And I set my boundaries today. I'm talking about with Sister Tika. I just have to close out on that. I set my boundary. I asked her not to do that. And I gave her another chance and another chance. And she persisted in doing it. And then and I train people in setting boundaries and also upholding their boundaries. I've given you 3 chances and you did it every time. My suggestion, and this is real because I see you as my sister. I mean, you might be angry. I don't, it's just, that's what happens with family even, you have to set boundaries. But I will not allow people to come over here mischaracterizing me even with a passive approach. I won't even let people do it, and they're trying to do it with Dr. Mayot, and I'm not her. And no, we ain't doing that over here. So again, you set boundaries and you actually maintain them. Sister Tika, you're welcome back on this platform. But you have to know. Oh no, this is what I want to say. I think you should take care. I think you should. My real suggestion is like you gave me. I think you should take a break from them TikTok. Was it TikTok? Where you say get ugly, Brother Shabazz?
Yeah.
I think there might be a need to pull away from that a bit because it's like this. It's like this. Somebody just said it like that. When you fighting all day, if you're not careful, you're not taking care of yourself, everybody becomes your target. And I'm not your target. There's no need, like there's no need to make me your target. I'm trying to be your ally. I'm your brother. You know what I mean? So family, we got to do better. And we have to, again, I'm saying we have to maintain our boundaries. And then look, I don't care who you are, you ain't coming up on here and going to continuously do that to me. And I don't care whether or not you call yourself an ally or not. Even if you call yourself FBA, and you're respectful, you can come over here and we can have a talk. But just because you say you are for Pan-Africanism or what have you, that doesn't mean that you're going to come over here and disrespect me. And that's for anybody. I'm just going to say that's how I am. So anyway, I appreciate everybody for their time. Please go please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Share this video. Please go over there to The Proper Perspective and do the same. Until next time, family. Peace and power.
When you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind back.
If a generalized black woman is doing this and being this, that is irresponsible.
No, when you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind back.
Showing me,
black and proud. Claim you're African, black and proud.
I think that if
when you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind back.
a page,
what is the status of people who have FBA?
When you claim you're African, you're going to get your mind back.
That's why I was laughing, because I am
claim you're African.
I'm not saying the framework doesn't do a thing, but
become a part of it.
We've been
forward to black men
become a part of it.
Being in the control. We
become a part of it.
Only
embrace it.
That those one of the best stories I've ever heard.
Embrace it. When you claim you're African, you're going to get your mind back.
Mental growth takes place. You've been misled by leadership, for instance, that think you can consume.
When you claim you're Africanist, you're going to get your mind back. Black and I'm proud. Claim you're African. Black and I'm proud. I'm telling you.